podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Hello everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx, New York. It is June 9th. It is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means we are live with you and the rest of the world. We are happy to be here with you. We enjoy and thank you for being part of our audience. Especially if this is the first time that you've seen our channel, we want to thank you for being that audience. We hope you have a good time. To let you know, we do long-form political commentary on the channel, and every Sunday, as you can see, we reach out across the world to celebrate the First Amendment, to express our free speech on the issues that matter to all of us, that affect all of us. Whether or not the internet overlords love it, doesn't matter. Whether your government enjoys it or not, doesn't matter. We're here to hear your voice. So, we're going to get into it. We have a lot of things that we're going to be talking about. Now, for those who are new to the channel, we always try to start off with breaking news if there is anything imminent, and then we go into the international and then the domestic. So just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening here, we are live, and you can reach us both by phone call. You can call into, and sorry, I got to make sure the phone is on right now, but you can reach us by phone on, whoops, there we go. Phone is now on and live. You can reach us at 929-715-8569, and you can call in about whatever you think is an important issue, to make a comment. Whether you agree or disagree with the channel, we are perfectly happy with that, as long as it is in a respectful manner. We're always happy to hear voices, no matter what you may think. And of course, you can also reach us by text on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and of course on Rumble. You can leave us super chats on Rumble, on YouTube. We're happy to hear that, and of course it helps. So with that said, we're going to get started today. There's been a lot that has happened that we think is rather important. Hang on a second. Just making sure. Oh, looks like we're having some fun and joy happening from the YouTube. So if anyone's seeing any stuttering or any difficulty, please let me know. I think YouTube has got a little bit of a stutter. We'll try and work on that as best we can on the channel. But moving forward, we're going to be talking about a lot of issues that happened this week. This week has been very stunning and interesting, mostly because of what we've seen and what we haven't seen. Sorry, I was just seeing if there's any droppage still happening here. But it's very interesting to see what has and hasn't happened this week. It's more twists and turns than in the Acolyte. And I point out the Acolyte because we're seeing this movement by the far left, Disney as an example of it, where they're trying to change everything, to phrase everything, to position everything as if the world is gray. There is no black and white. There's no right and wrong. No, it's all shades of gray. And more importantly, the more that you lean to the left, the more socialist and progressive you become, the closer you get to being right. And yet, that's not what we see in the world on a regular basis. That's not the reality that we live. And we see that in the twists and turns that have happened this week, which we'll be talking about. And William Montanaro is our first individual speaking today. Hello, William. And William says, great meeting you at the Bronx campaign event, Michael. Well, thank you very much. And I'm happy to have you with us as well. And I remember that was the Bronx Trump rally. It was fantastic. We had a great time. Several thousand, about 10,000 people in the heart of the Bronx, the largest blue conservative county in all of America. And I invite people to look at the live coverage that we have from that event. Now, let me first address one of the things I think that's kind of important. That's going to be coming up on, and let me show everyone, on Monday, tomorrow, at 7 a.m., you will see us release the interview we had with Gonzalo Duran. Now, the interview is already up and it is available for our members, both on YouTube and at our Patreon. And they've been able to see this since we did the interview on the 6th, on Thursday, which we think is very important. Gonzalo is a candidate for the New York 15th Congressional District. He is the vice chairman of the Bronx Conservative Party. And we had a very interesting conversation, wide-ranging on a lot of issues, a lot of details about why he wants to run for Congress, why he is supported both by the Republican Party, the Conservative Party, what it is that motivates him, and how he plans to represent the public. This is part of our ongoing effort to make sure that voters always hear as many voices as they can in each and every election that we can reach, to let you know and be informed about who is running and what are the options being presented to you. Obviously, Representative Richie Torres doesn't believe that you should be able to have a conversation. He didn't want you to listen to Trump. He didn't believe that President Trump should be allowed to speak to the public. He was joined by Kathy Hochul and AOC in that ideology. We disagree with that. We believe you should hear everyone, and we asked some pertinent questions, and we think it was a very good interview, very informative for the public. We hope you'll enjoy it, and we hope you'll tell us about your thoughts on it. That being said, let's go into what's happened this week. Yes, we know there is a Trump mistrial. It has not been widely spoken about. It came out on Friday. We talked about it on the Friday roundtable that we do every week with the Liberty First Foundation, and it was breaking news at that time. And since that time, we've barely seen the news media actually address this, and we will talk about that in greater length a little bit later in the show. What that mistrial, how did it happen? Is it going to have an impact on the election, on the public in general, the public impression of our court system? We'll talk about all of that. But before we get to that, let's talk about what's happening internationally. Now, one of the first things that I thought that's very important, which we have not been hearing a lot about, is foreign policy. Because the Biden administration is absolutely horrendous at foreign policy. That's why over the last 4 years, we have seen 70,000 Americans abandoned, and that comprises 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine, 16,000 in the Sudan last year, and this year 40,000 Americans in Haiti, which is still a war-torn nation and still is basically controlled by gangs. And we recently, last week, mentioned how Americans are dying there. They're being killed because of this warfare. Joe Biden doesn't want to talk about any of that. And because Joe Biden doesn't want to talk about it, because you might not vote Democrat, well, then that means the mainstream news media isn't talking about it, because they must fortify the 2024 election. And it doesn't matter that these things affect you. Well, at the same time, more of that foreign policy, the lapse in foreign policy, the lack of leadership, the impact is being felt around the world. Now, South Korea, as we have covered before, is being terrorized by North Korea and China. And this is part of China's guarantee to the Biden administration that they will go into Taiwan and take it over by force. And that keys into China currently trying to take over the entire Southeast Asia Sea, the South China Sea, and they've been attacking and putting pressure on the Philippines, a U.S. ally. Well, so is South Korea. And we have agreements, treaties with South Korea, with the Philippines, and Japan that guarantee that the United States will protect them and take their side in a conflict. Yet we haven't done anything. And we've seen that tensions are rising and rising in the Philippines. We see that Japan has decided that they're going to build their first army since 1945 because they don't trust the leadership of the Biden-Harris administration and therefore the United States, even though we have a military base, Marine Corps base, Okinawa, in Japan as we speak. South Korea, for its part, demanded in 2023 that the United States provide it with nuclear weapons or they will make their own. And at the same time, South Korea started increasing its capacity to become the fourth largest small arms manufacturer in the world. They were number 7. They are now number 4. They are militarizing because of the well over 150 rockets, missiles, and ICBMs fired by North Korea, threatening both them and Japan. What is the United States done? For some people, this may be brand new information. You may not have heard about this because the mainstream news media in the United States, CNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, they're not talking about this. The New York Times, they don't want to have this conversation, but the world is having this conversation, and it affects your safety. It is bringing us closer to what we believe is 3 regional wars. We've talked about this on this channel since 2022, that we are getting closer to 3 regional wars simultaneously. That would be in Europe with Ukraine versus Russia. That would be the Middle East with Iran supporting and funding global terrorism through Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and destabilizing that region. And we are also seeing it in Southeast Asia with China and North Korea and their actions there. So this is part of that process, which, again, the Biden administration is not touching. They don't even want to admit that it exists. But Joe Biden had to do something for South Korea. They had to. Over 150 rockets, missiles, and ICBMs, each of them potentially capable of carrying a nuclear weapon or a biological weapon, and capable of hitting anywhere in the United States as well as our allies throughout all of Asia. This is a serious issue. And yes, right now, North Korea does have nuclear capabilities and both hypersonic and regular missiles and rockets that can reach the United States and hit anywhere in the United States. We found that out over the last 2 years. So to deter North Korea and to put pressure on China, South Korea said, either we give them nukes or they will make them themselves. Now, if they make them themselves, that disrupts the balance of power throughout all of Asia. That means Japan will be making nuclear weapons. That means the Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, all of them will have India, which is already a nuclear power, all of them will be militarizing and growing their nuclear capabilities, increasing the threat of nuclear conflict throughout the world. So to resolve that, the United States finally, over a year later, finally has decided that we're going to have nuclear weapons in South Korea, that we're going to bring our nuclear submarines into the South Korean port. And this is something that China is now reacting to immediately. And they've said that U.S. nuclear weapons in South Korea is going to undermine their security. It's going to be a threat to the world. Mind you, China doesn't see them attacking Philippine ships as a threat. Their desire to take over all of Southeast Asia ocean, they don't care. They think that's perfectly fine, that they have all the waterways, they control all of the oceans. That's their mindset. But for the Americans to dare even have a nuclear submarine in South Korea, just a sub parked there, just to go to port in South Korea, is enough for them to say, well, that's just, oh, now you're tempting fate. How dare you do that? It is amazing to me, and it is something that is not being talked about. Again, we agreed to this. This is back in April of 2023, as you can see from the BBC News. Again, you won't see this in MSNBC, CBS. You won't see it on American news. That the U.S. and South Korea agreed to a key nuclear weapons deal only after South Korea said, either we do it or they'll do it on their own. Same thing that Japan said to the Biden administration. They said, we're building an army, period. After they said that, a week later, did Joe Biden say, hey, it's a great idea that Japan has its own army? It's too late. The decision was already made. Joe Biden didn't have a choice in Japan. He doesn't have a choice in South Korea. And this time he didn't send Kamala Harris because she already pissed off all of South Korea, already pissed off President Yoon and President Moon when she was wiping her hand after shaking their hands, an international incident in 2022. So he had to deal with it directly. But this is the outcome of that action. That since South Korea will not develop its own nuclear weapons, the United States has to provide them, and we are. But that is raising the tensions in Southeast Asia. I think this is really important because we are getting closer and closer to what we believe will be the 3 regional wars by 2028. We are seeing we've been seeing the militarization of Southeast Asia. That's in Japan, that's in South Korea, that's in the Philippines. We have been seeing the increase. Even Australia has been increasing its nuclear arsenal and having 30 new nuclear submarines being made by the United States and the British. We're seeing the world militarize. And it's happening because we don't have a strong leader. Because China is aggressively trying to take over territory from everyone. And we have no pushback from the Biden administration. They're behind the 8 ball. They're reacting to other people's actions. People are saying that Joe Biden is weak, and therefore they're acting on their own, and Joe Biden is trying to play catch-up constantly. Whether it's Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, whether it's Israel or in the Ukraine, in Europe, we're seeing this continuously, and this is a problem. This is a major problem. It's one of the reasons why we are seeing that Europe right now is in the middle of elections. The European Union is having its parliamentary election. Now, for people who may not be familiar, the EU, the European Union, is the combination of all of the nations in Europe minus the United Kingdom. And they're voting for their parliament, their body that's kind of, think of it like a Congress, except each country has representatives, not just each portion of a country. And they're there to make decisions about global warming. They're there to make decisions about trade and trade, not embargoes, what do you call it? Tariffs. And how they're going to divide their troops, whether or not they send troops into the Ukraine. Do they send more funding, more tanks, more fighter planes? Are they going to use rockets in defense of the Ukraine or any other member? This is important. This is very important. This affects the cost of all the goods that you and I use every day. It also affects energy because even though the war is still going on with Ukraine and Russia, as much as you have heard Germany, European Union, United States, all say that, United Kingdom say that they're against Russia, Europe is still buying Russian oil and gas. Most notably, Germany. And Germany is one of the biggest voices of the European Union. So it's very important to see how this election is turning out. And what we're seeing, according to the Associated Press, is that Europe is leaning more right. They're becoming more conservative. We've already seen that in Italy. We've seen that in Sweden. We've seen that in several of the nations, Switzerland, Norway. We've been seeing it sweeping throughout all of Europe, that they're becoming more center-right election after election since Joe Biden has been in office, because Joe Biden is weak. They can't rely on the United States to stand up and defend them. They do not have that trust anymore. They don't have that confidence. And I understand America shouldn't be the police of the world, but we are the leader of the world, both in terms of democracy, in terms of lifestyle, in terms of freedom, and the guarantees that we have been providing for the last 50 years to the world. And so they are looking to us, and they're not seeing that leadership. So they need stronger leaders, more leaders that are more centric and focused on their national identities and their own needs. They can't really kowtow. If no one's going to protect them and they have to protect themselves, well, then they have to focus on their nations, which puts the European Union in danger of completely collapsing, which is a problem all its own. And again, this affects costs. This affects the cost of goods around the world and the global recession that we see ongoing. And there is, in fact, a global recession. The United States is in a recession. We have been since August of 2022. So I'm trying to give you the overlook of this, and we can see that Germany, which has been known for being the most climate change friendly, most eco-fanatical of all of the European nations, yes, even more so than France, has been Germany. And the eco-terrorists, the eco-fanatics, have lost ground. They have gone from 20% of the party for Germany to 12%. They have lost their ability. That means going forward, you're going to hear less about Europe talking about climate change. The Paris Accords are going to have less impact, and there's going to be less emphasis on that, which is interesting because it's still a growing issue here in the United States to an extent. The college students are still very focused on that. But the rest of the world is saying it's not that important. It's literally not as important as the potential of war, and we are getting closer to, in fact, 3 regional wars, and the world has to prepare for that. Now, we have been seeing that it's not just in Germany as well, but we are seeing it throughout the rest of the world. To quote the AP, surveys suggest that the mainstream and pro-European parties will retain their majority in parliament. Okay, so the EU isn't going to disappear. But they will lose seats to hard right parties like those led by the Italian Premier Giorgia Meloni, Hungarian leader Viktor Orban, Geert Wilders in the Netherlands, and Marine Le Pen in France. So we're looking at multiple nations that are going more to the center right, which is very much along the lines of where we're seeing Donald Trump lead the nation. And yes, Donald Trump is the presumptive, and realistically, he is the Republican nominee in the United States. He's going center right. Well, so is Europe. And the thing that I find interesting about that is, let's assume for some reason, somehow, in a miracle of epic proportions, that we see Joe Biden win. But Europe has gone center right. That means America will be in opposition of Europe, where many of our allies are, and Joe Biden will be fighting against them on issues that not every American even supports, such as climate change efforts, such as funding for the Ukraine and defending the Ukraine, gas prices. These are all issues, tariffs. We would be against all of Europe on that. Conflict would be increased, not decreased. That's if Joe Biden wins. And yet, if we see that Donald Trump wins, because he also is more center right, we would see more agreement with Europe, and we would be less likely to have conflict with Europe going forward on a lot of these critical issues, since the leaders would be more in line on the same page on issue after issue. Again, this isn't perfect, but it's closer. And it means less conflict, less difficulty. And the less difficult it is for one nation to talk to another nation, the less likely is there to see conflict, whether economic, with tariff wars, or on actual shooting. So that's very important to understand. That's why this is important. This is telling us that the world has recognized that socialism and progressivism has failed. It has failed in every promise that it has made everywhere in the world, because Europe has been trying out the more socialist, more progressive ideology for a long time, for a couple of decades now, that they have been down that path ahead of the United States, and it hasn't worked. It hasn't made their economies better. It hasn't made their countries cleaner. It hasn't brought more unity. The open borders that started, that whole concept of the open borders and having individuals from different countries seek asylum and they can be allowed to enter into every country with virtually nothing stopping them, that has not been a benefit. It did not increase their GDP. It has not made their people safer. It hasn't created more unity or more compassion. It has failed in every single country that this has been attempted in. And Europe said, it's not working. Time to change and do something different. The United States is still playing catch up. We have the example in front of us, and we can see an election after election, all of Europe, well, most of Europe, is moving further and further towards the right. And within countries, even ones like France, where the government hasn't moved to the right, but the opposition parties are growing on center-right movement, and we're seeing them get more and more pressure to follow that trend. But will the United States follow that trend? If we do, we have stronger allies. If we don't, we're going to be in opposition of our allies, and the United States will become more isolated, not because we choose to, but because that's the only option left to us. I hope this is making sense to people about how we are seeing these things interact, how there is long-range, deep consequences for everything that is happening. And this all started because literally the chain of events starts with Joe Biden, September 1st, 2021, when he gave up Afghanistan. He ran away from Afghanistan, abandoning 5,000 Americans, giving the Taliban, a terrorist organization, weapons, ammunition, money, bases, technology that they didn't have before. In fact, putting them into power, literally putting a terrorist organization in charge of a nation for the first time pretty much in the history of the world. And that set the dominoes that we now are seeing happen. When the world saw that and saw that the United States, the one they're relying on for their safety, is not willing to defend our own people, abandoning 5,000 Americans. Every government in the world knew this. They saw this. And they said America is going to run away under Joe Biden, under Democrats, under a progressive socialist America. America runs away from everyone and everything because they're more concerned about maintaining power. Joe Biden was worried about elections. He wasn't worried about the American people. He wasn't worried about the consequences. He was worried about having bad press because he needed to look strong for the midterm elections. He needed to have a win. And in abandoning the Americans, he had to kill that story. Notice, all reporting about how many Americans were abandoned by the Biden administration stopped January of 2022. After we found out 10 times as many Americans were in Afghanistan than what Joe Biden told us on September 1st. He said there were 100 Americans left. By January, 1,000 Americans had returned home from Afghanistan without the Biden-Harris administration. And the media just stopped talking about it at that moment. They stopped talking about it because it was embarrassing to see how wrong Joe Biden and the Biden administration had been, and that they had abandoned Americans, and the Americans had realized that they would have revolted in the election. So the news media helped them out and said, we're not going to talk about it. But every one of our allies, every nation in the world saw that, and they didn't stop talking about it. Because no matter how the American elections would turn out, their governments were still moving forward. And they now had to consider Well, if America won't defend its own people, they won't protect their own people, the number one obligation of every government, no matter what type of government it is, it's their number one obligation, protect your people. And if America won't do that, what treaty will they live up to? They won't. They won't stand by any treaty. They won't stand by any ally. You can't trust them because you're further away. Another country is less important than your own people. And so it's an ally only in name. And that started the dominoes that we saw. That's what encouraged Russia, Putin, to go into the Ukraine. That's why we started seeing Iran step up its support of terrorism around the world. And we started to see them push with Hamas, with Hezbollah, with the Houthis. And we see what's happened there in the Middle East, that China decided to say they're going to take Taiwan by force, not to suggest they're just going to reunify, but that they will forcefully land troops and take it over. And everything has been growing from that first pebble hitting the pond. Do you see why this is important? Can you see how this is going to affect America long term? And how this is so very important. Joe Biden started this process, and it's continuing. Whether or not he wants to hide from it, whether or not the American news media wants to tell you about it, it is happening. And it is having an impact, both economically and in future safety, national security. It is affecting you. It's also affecting the number of asylum seekers. Because, just so you... even though Joe Biden's saying he wants to slow down, and we'll get into that a little bit later, he wants to slow down the number of illegal aliens entering America, not stop them. He's not stopping illegal aliens from entering into America. He's going to slow it down from roughly 8,500 illegal aliens per day to 2,500 illegal aliens per day, or roughly about 1.2 million illegal aliens per year, which is record numbers. If in any other presidency, these would be record numbers he's talking about. But for the Biden administration, it's considered a substantial decrease. That's how bad the problem has been. So we can see how these things are interacting. And if Europe is becoming more center-right, if they're becoming more concerned about their borders, their national security, if they're less likely to listen to the EU in terms of trying to take in open borders and take in refugees and asylum seekers from around the world, then where are those individuals going to go? To the United States. Under the Biden administration, under the progressive socialist ideology, because the doors in Europe are getting closed, then they're going to funnel to one place, to the one place that has open doors, that has consistently said, we're still going to let them in. We're still going to provide them with hotels, and we're going to feed them, give them better health care. We're going to give them the life that they could never get in their own countries, and we're going to keep letting them in. They're going to come to America. That's why this election is so important on so many levels. If we see that the center-right is gaining more control and wins the election in Europe today, that means that going forward, 2025, unless the America is also going to the center-right and closing down the border, we will have more illegal aliens trying to enter the United States, and that means our nation will be at more risk. As an example, what do I mean by more risk? In 2023, 173 known or suspected terrorists tried to enter the United States. That's who we caught, that we know that we caught. There were over 1 million individuals that entered the United States in 2023 that we know of, and it's estimated that it could be as high as 2 million entered the United States, both from those that we know and those that we don't know. So who knows how many terrorists we didn't catch. But in the first quarter of 2024 alone, 69 known or suspected terrorists entered into the United States. That means that we are on pace to exceed the numbers in 2023, in part because Italy became moved to the right and started to close their borders, because we're seeing that in Norway and Sweden, that they're starting to close their borders. Poland has closed its borders. So the overflow of these illegal aliens started shifting to the United States. And along with them came individuals that are trying to infiltrate into America, like the member of Hezbollah that was caught at our southern border, that told the American investigators, the ICE agents and border agents, and told them directly that he was coming to New York to build bombs. This is a member of Hezbollah. So we know the threat is real, and if we're not moving more to the center right, this is the conflict we're going to have to deal with. If we continue to have open borders, this is the conflict we're going to have. And the fact that the mainstream news media doesn't want to have that conversation with you isn't going to make you safe. It isn't going to protect you. We should be having this conversation in regard to national security and the open border policies of the left. That's the conversation we need to have, understanding that the rest of the world is rejecting what we are doing right now. They have already tried it, it failed, and they're going to the next option. We haven't. And that could be a problem for the American people going forward. Does that make sense, folks? Do you understand my logic? Again, on this channel, you don't have to agree with me 100%. I don't expect that. If you disagree, if you think I'm wrong, please tell me why. But I'm trying to lay this out and give you the understanding of what are the likely consequences. This is happening. Here are the facts that you're not getting from the rest of the mainstream news media. But the world is seeing this. This is a conversation the world is happening. Whether or not MSNBC talks about it, whether or not Lester Holt talks about it, this is the conversation that Deutsche Welle, that the BBC, that Israeli Times, the Hindustan Times, the rest of the world is having this conversation, and they are taking action, and it's going to affect us. I think it's very important that we understand these things, especially as we see the reason for this is all happening is because America is seen as being weak, because the American government is seen as being weak and not being effective. And if we have a weak, ineffective government, well, that is a problem. So, again, if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. I'm more than happy to hear why you think that, if that is the case. But I think my logic, my reasoning, the reason why I believe these things is absolutely solid. It makes sense. And therefore, we need to plan for this. Even if we have a weak president, Joe Biden, get reelected for some reason, somehow, and Kamala Harris, who the world hates and rejects, she's everywhere she has gone, she has failed. Every time that Kamala Harris has gone overseas to conduct business for the United States, the exact worst outcome has happened every single time, every single location that she's gone to. And if that's what's going to be going forward, we need to be prepared as a nation. We need to have a plan. And for some reason, my computer is frozen right now. I love it. I'm not losing frames, but my computer's frozen. It won't let me see the rest of my comments. Come on. I have all my links up. Perhaps I have too many of them. I don't know. But of course it's frozen right now. So I'm waiting for that to catch up. Here we go. Here we go. Caught up finally. So, going forward, so that gives us an idea of what's happening in Europe. That gives us an idea of what's happening in China. And those are two of the key areas that we believe are going to be in simultaneous war by the end of 2028. Regardless of who's president, doesn't matter if it's President Trump or it's President Biden, doesn't matter. It's not going to be the libertarian Chase Oliver, who I have met and I've actually spoken with him before. I've covered him at the free and equal debate. It's not going to be the libertarian. He's not going to win. It's not going to be RFK Jr., who's desperately trying to regain his support. And we'll show you those numbers a little bit later on the domestic side. And we'll go over the 2024 predictions as they stand right now. But what we are seeing is that's the status of two regions. That's Europe, and we're seeing what's happening there. And that obviously is going to impact whether or not Ukraine continues to get support from all of the allies of the United States of Europe. If we see more of a center-right movement throughout the European Union, that means there are going to be less countries that will be supporting the Ukraine with less funding, fewer tanks, fewer planes, which means more pressure on Joe Biden, who is adamant that we must continue to support the Ukraine, that we must fight this proxy war, and we will see more pressure from places like France, like President Macron, to use United States troops in the Ukraine. Because already we have seen, France has suggested several times now that NATO, that the NATO forces, which are 75%, 80% U.S. troops, will be sent into Ukraine to fight Russia. That brings the United States troops directly in conflict with Russia, which is essentially putting America into a war. And if the rest of Europe is going more and more center-right, saying they don't want to get involved and they're not going to support, well, it's more likely that we're going to see NATO, and more importantly, France, push the United States into a conflict by ourselves. We haven't been talking about this. The news media doesn't want to talk about it. They're trying to fortify the 2024 election. They don't want you to think about this because you might say, Joe Biden's weak. That's why we're in this problem. I won't vote for Joe Biden. They need to fortify the 2024 election, which means to drive you through all of their media. Every question, everything you see must lead you to believe Democrats are the answer, progressivism is the answer, that you need to vote Joe Biden back in. All the media, look at all the different forms of media, and they're all leading you down this road of trying to become more progressive, more socialist, and to have weaker presidents like Joe Biden. It's consistent. Now, let me see. User has been banned. User has been banned is with us. Hello. And it says, yeah, Joe Biden is weak and foolish. I think so as well. I absolutely agree with that. But again, if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. But that leaves the third region that we haven't talked about, which is, of course, the Middle East. And, of course, in the Middle East at this moment, the big issue is Hamas. And we've seen that the campuses here in the United States are very much in favor of Hamas. They're jumping around celebrating Hamas for some reason, a terrorist organization. And we always have to remind people of this. 8 months in, 9 months in, we're repeating the same thing over and over again. Hamas killed not only 1,200 individuals, civilians, at a concert and in their homes, but they killed 34 Americans. Let's be very clear about that. 34 Americans were killed. They're civilians that had nothing to do with anything. They just happened to be where Hamas decided to go. And they killed them. They also took 22 Americans hostage that day, October 7th, 2023. 22. Now, this is important because, again, the news media, in fortifying the 2024 election, have been downplaying the hostages. You almost never hear the American news media talk about the hostages held by Hamas. And when they do talk about it, they talk about it globally. They don't identify the different countries that are involved, in particular, the United States. Yes, there's 9 individuals from Britain, as well as the United States, which has 22. And they don't want to talk about that. They just lump them all together as the hostages. They won't tell us. This is important, and we're going to get into this. Why they have been downplaying this, why they have been minimizing this, why they have been ignoring this, because it's part of the fortification of 2024. The big news this week about this, about the election, and you may have heard about this, is that the United States, that Israel, in going into Rafah, in fighting Hamas, the terrorist organization that had killed their people, killed our people, killed people from around the world, from 50 different countries, well, they're continuing to fight against that terrorist organization that just happens to also be the duly elected representative of the people of Gaza. Well, in fighting them, they found an additional 4 hostages. So Hamas could end the Hamas-Israel war, the war that they started. They could end it at any point in time. All they have to do is give up the hostages. That is the only condition that every country agrees with. The only place that does not agree with turning over the hostages is Hamas itself. They're the only ones who refuse. Everyone, including Israel, has said there will be a ceasefire. Give the hostages back, all of the hostages. Now, the main reason, as on this channel we have stated, we believe the main reason why Hamas will not return the hostages is because they are afraid of retribution, because they know they have killed many of those hostages. Unconfirmed reports at this time say that 43 of the hostages were killed by Hamas. Now, people will say, but Mike, you don't know Hamas killed them. It could have been Israel. We've answered this many times. I'll answer it again. It wasn't Israel. Because if Israel killed any of the hostages, Hamas would have provided all the details and all information about those hostages to paint Israel negatively, as they did when Israel did in fact kill 3 hostages. And what they would have done is what Hamas did then. They provided all information about those 3, about that entire incident, so that Israel could not back out of it. They were complicit. They were held accountable. The world was holding Israel accountable and helping and getting on Hamas's side because of those three hostages being killed. So that's a fact. So the fact that the additional 43 hostages that we believe unconfirmed are dead, well, that's because of Hamas. Otherwise, they'd tell us it was Israel. They'd have given us all the details already. No, they know these people died because of the torture and the sexual abuse that the UN has already confirmed, that the hostages that were released have confirmed, that we have verified internationally that these hostages every day for 8 months have been tortured and sexually abused. I have been covering this for 8 months, mentioning this week after week, and we have seen every week, eventually we have seen continuous news from the UN and from other international news agencies that confirm our suspicions over and over again. And the American news media refuses to talk about this. They hide this from the American people. They gloss it over because it is a slap in the face on the Biden-Harris administration. It is a slap in the face of their non-existent foreign policy. It tells the American people and the world that you are not safe and that the Biden-Harris administration will not protect you. They will not keep you safe anywhere in the world. And that's a problem. That is a massive problem. So we know that Hamas, the reason why they're not accepting this ceasefire, that they could have tomorrow, at any moment, in the last 6 months, at any second, all they have to do is to return alive or dead the hostages, and they could have a ceasefire. The war could end. And Hamas doesn't care. Hamas doesn't want that because they're afraid that when the American people, see that 22 hostages were killed by Hamas, we will want blood. And the world remembers what happened at 9/11. The world remembers the American response. That when you kill Americans and Americans unite, when America is united in their anger and their retribution, their desire for retribution, then you see what happened to the world. That's Iraq, that's Afghanistan. That was at the time of 9/11. That week, there were calls for not just war, but for nuclear bombs being dropped throughout the entire Middle East, turning the entire area into glass for daring to kill Americans. This is the fear that the world has of an America that is united in purpose and direction and is angry. And that is the fear that Hamas has right now. They are terrified. What will Americans do once they wake up and realize that Hamas not just killed 34 innocent civilians, but they also killed hostages that were tortured and sexually abused for 8 months? What will those crazy cowboy Americans do, especially if they get a strong leader? That's the fear. And that's why Hamas, we believe, is the main reason why Hamas is not giving up the hostages, because they have to hand over the dead bodies. And they're afraid that even if it's not the United States, because we do have Joe Biden, and he is weak, and he is afraid of having yet another war under his belt when we go into the 2024 election. There's still the United Kingdom. There's still Germany and France. There are 50 nations nations with their people that were killed by Hamas. And they're afraid of retribution from any one or all of those nations. And that's why they've been holding back. They're trying to get a guarantee in the deal. What they're trying to guarantee is no one will have retribution. No one is going to react when the dead bodies are handed over. That has been the sticking point. That is the one thing that no country has agreed to yet, and that is the one thing that Hamas absolutely wants. They need to have a guarantee that no one will punish them for killing innocent civilians. If anyone disagrees with me, if you think I'm wrong, you think I've misunderstood this situation, I'm happy to hear your answer. You can call into 929-715-8569. You can leave me a chat message. You can leave a super chat if you wish to tell me why you think that's the case, that I am wrong, that somehow I have misunderstood this. I don't think I have, because we've been talking about this. And again, you can go back to October 8th when we first started talking about this, and you can see our coverage consistently. And we have been consistently correct in the assumptions and the predictions that we have made. And we believe we are still correct in this case. But this week, we got back another 4 hostages because Israel is continuing to fight Hamas. And I know people go, oh, but they're fighting against the civilians. No, because Hamas doesn't tell the public who are Hamas fighters and who are civilians. I'm not saying that no civilians have died. They have. It's called a war. Civilians do die in war. But Hamas has labeled everyone as a civilian when they know that's not true. There are no independent numbers because the terrorist organization Hamas will not tell people how many of their soldiers have died. But estimates from Israel have been as high as about 15,000, about half the numbers that Hamas says are civilians. Israel says, no, those were soldiers, in fact, and they died because of fighting. And many of the people who die in Gaza, the Palestinians, have died because of the fighting with Hamas and Hamas killing its own people, which they do. Remember some of the rockets that they were firing back in November actually were fired by Hamas and hit the Palestinians in Gaza? Yeah, most people forget about that. Harvard wants you to forget about that. Columbia wants you to forget about these facts that happen because they're terrorists, because Hamas are terrorists, and they don't care. They don't care about who they kill. They care about winning. And that's the key. So we saw that there are 4 hostages. They have been released. They're alive. And the United States provided some level of intelligence for Israel to be able to get these individuals out. The pier is not involved. Now, we paid $320 million for the pier. $320 million to build a port for Hamas, a terrorist organization that killed American citizens. Because Joe Biden needed 100,000 votes from Dearborn, Michigan, because he's losing in Dearborn, Michigan. So when Dearborn said they're not voting for him in the primary, he said, what if I make a pier for Hamas? And that seemed to have worked. And he's gotten their support. And Hamas has got a port. They now can get weapons and they can get food and energy in for their fight against Israel. But that's not ending the war. In fact, that's a stupid idea because it extends the war. $320 million. He could have spent that on fun housing, feeding kids. There's a million things that we need in America. He could have spent that on. He didn't. Let me get to that. So we got these individuals in, and I believe I have it highlighted. And we finally get an answer from the mainstream news media, especially the American news media. And this is from CBS News. Among the hostages believed to be held by Gaza are 5 unaccounted for civilians, American civilians, as well as 3 dead Americans. So they are confirming that out of the roughly 120 known individuals being held hostage by Hamas, there are only 5 Americans left. We started off with 22. That was confirmed. Those numbers were confirmed in November and December of 2023. 22 Americans were held hostage. Joe Biden got 3 of them back. 1 was a child. 2 were before the negotiations and the main hostage exchange. That's 3. That brings us to 19. So there's 19 Americans. We know that 5 of those 19, well, we know 5 of them are alive. That brings us to 14. We know 3 are dead, as reported by CBS now. We didn't know what the number was before. There has been no reporting on this number before. It's very difficult to get an exact number, but now they're saying there's at least 3 Americans that we know for a fact are dead. Well, that brings us down to, where were we? 19, 14, 11. And 1 hostage had already died under the torture of Hamas. An older man who was in his 70s died because of Hamas. That brings us to, so that means that there's at least 4 Americans that actually died under Hamas. That brings us to 10. Where are those 10 Americans? They've disappeared. They no longer count. No one's talking about them anymore. They were taken by Hamas. They were taken hostage. They are American citizens. They are civilians. But suddenly the news media no longer wants to talk about them. The news media no longer is counting them. They have reduced the number to make Joe Biden look better, and those civilians have just disappeared. So that when the news media does talk about this, well, it sounds like, well, Joe Biden's doing great. I mean, he got back 3 of the American hostages, and there's only 5 more to go. He's doing fantastic. Except that's not real. That's not the number. The number's 22. And he's gotten back 3. And there's only 5 left. Think about that for a second. And I want you to understand, who else has told you this? What other, you haven't heard this from MSNBC. You haven't heard this from CBS. You haven't heard this in detail from ABC or MSN or the New York Times. They don't want to have this conversation with you. They don't want you to think about this. Because when you think about it and you think, well, this is horrendous. Joe Biden has failed. This is an abject failure. We should have these Americans home, whether alive or dead. They should be in America right now. The ones that are alive should be with their families safe and sound right now. We would not accept this anywhere else in the world. Why in the hell are we going to accept that from Hamas, a terrorist organization? America would become livid, and they would want direct action. But the Biden administration doesn't want that, because he'll lose the election, because he's the reason this is happening. He is the weakness. It's kind of like, why did, even though President Carter back in 1979 tried to get back the American hostages held by Iran, he failed. And he lost the election because he didn't get the hostages back. That's what Joe Biden is afraid of, having the same kind of reaction as happened to Carter. He was weak. He caused this incident to happen. Americans were taken hostage. They were tortured. And he failed to get them home. Time to get someone strong in the office. And the Democrat lost. That's what Joe Biden is looking at, which is why he doesn't want to have this conversation with you, which is why he is trying to avoid this. And the mainstream news media has been so scarce in reporting this. It is almost impossible. It's the reason why this is the last sentence in this entire article. The entire article, which is talking about Israel, it's talking about supporting Israel, they're talking about the pier and whether or not that was used as part of this. They want to talk about anything and everything else. In fact, the story goes from talking about, there are more, we're seeing Israel release more of the hostages than anything else has been going on. Hamas has not taken the opportunity to get a ceasefire by returning those hostages, and they turn it into a conversation about, by the way, Joe Biden's doing great. That pier, it got 1.1 million pounds of humanitarian aid was delivered on Saturday alone. Don't you feel great? It only cost you over $350 million for it to work for a total of 9 days. It broke down for 2 weeks and they had to rebuild it, which means we've spent at least $400 million to deliver 1.1 million pounds of humanitarian aid. Don't you feel great? Isn't that great money? By the way, we don't want to talk about it. Oh, by the way, we also should mention that, the Americans are dead. The American hostages are dead. The very same people that are taking the humanitarian aid so that they continue to fight Hamas, yeah, they killed all the Americans. And by the way, we don't want to tell you how many Americans were killed. There's 5 Americans. They're unaccounted for. No, they're not unaccounted for. They're hostages. They are accounted for. They were taken by Hamas. And there may have been more because Hamas, a terrorist organization, lies on a regular basis because they're terrorists. They'll lie because it suits their purposes. But at least 5 are unaccounted for. At least 3 are dead. By the way, CBS will not tell you and how many were taken in the first place. How many Americans were killed on October 7th? How many Americans were taken hostage on October 7th, 2023? Oh, CBS doesn't want to mention that. Is it relevant? Absolutely. It's relevant because now we need to know, okay, there's 5 that are unaccounted for. How are they unaccounted? Are you telling me that they're hostages? Are you telling me that they're dead? Did they escape? No, they're hostages. They just don't want to use that word because it makes it look bad for the Biden-Harris administration. Does anyone disagree with me? Does anyone watching this disagree with me? Am I misunderstanding the news? Am I somehow coming to a conclusion that doesn't make sense? I'm showing you the evidence, and the links will be in the description after the show. Does this not make sense to anyone? Because it makes a lot of sense to me. This is one of the reasons why my channel is suppressed. Because I'm having an honest conversation with you about the facts that are being obfuscated by the mainstream news media. that they're trying to hide this from you. And I'm trying to make it clear. Now, you can think whatever you want. You could think Joe Biden has no choice. He could do nothing else. You could think that if you want. You can vote for Joe Biden. You can vote for the Democrats if you want. I'm not telling you what to do. I am telling you, here's the consequences of what they have done. How you want to hold them accountable is up to you. But this is a consequence of what they have done, and this is where it is leading the rest of America. And that makes every American unsafe. Because every nation, the Houthis, the Houthi terrorists in Yemen, the Hezbollah in Jordan, Hamas, Iran, the rest of the world are watching this happen, and they're saying to themselves, oh, so all I have to do is put pressure on Joe Biden and the 2024 election, and I can get away with anything I want. Because every single time Joe Biden has been under pressure, he has folded. He has run away. He has given up. He has given into the actual perpetrators of the crime, the aggressors. Hamas are terrorists. He built them a pier. He's giving them food. In the middle of an active war with our actual ally, Israel. Israel is our only ally in the Middle East. They are actually an ally of the United States. And Joe Biden, is building a pier. He built a pier with your tax dollars for Hamas, the terrorists, who killed Americans. He built them a pier. He's giving them food because Hamas regularly, and this has been confirmed by every international media source, that Hamas routinely takes the food and the water and the fuel that we are putting as humanitarian aid, they take it from the people, the Palestinian people. They take it from the NGOs. They take it from the UN, and they use it to continue to fight in their war. So Joe Biden is, if not directly, indirectly, continuing to fund and support the war against our ally by an enemy that killed our people. You can see why the New York Times doesn't want to have this conversation. You can see why MSNBC doesn't want to have this conversation, why they want to not be honest with the American people. And if they mention it at all, they know they will have to admit this. So instead, they will avoid this entire subject. They will hide this from the American people, which is very upsetting to me. Can you see why I'm upset? Now, I know what the media is focusing on. And the way that they're hiding this from you is they're saying, well, 210 Palestinians are reportedly killed. By the way, where do we get 210? That comes from Hamas. Hamas has said it's 210 Palestinians, not a single fighter. By the way, who was holding on to the hostages? The hostages were being held at two different locations, according to the AP News and the international news media. Two different locations, as reported by U.S. intelligence, in apartment buildings surrounded by civilians. That's where Hamas put them. They embedded themselves around human shields, other Palestinians, at two different apartment buildings, and we know that. Who was guarding them? It wasn't a civilian. No, it was members of Hamas. And we know for a fact that a firefight broke out. That as, I believe it's here. No, it's in the other article. We know that a firefight broke out. I forget which article it is. We know that a firefight broke out as the hostages were trying to be returned. That Israel was trying to get those hostages back. Hamas started a firefight, which may have killed many of the civilians that they were surrounding themselves with, that they had embedded the hostages in that apartment building. So they endangered the Palestinians themselves. That's what Hamas did. And they say there's no one but Palestinians. There are no actual fighters, no army. Well, that's strange since we know there was fighting. See, this is how you see through the lies. This is how you see through to the truth of what is actually going on. I mean, the media wants to focus on, look at this. Well, there's all that humanitarian aid. it only cost $320 million plus the repairs for that pier, that the American people are going into debt. We have greater debt. We have more inflation because Joe Biden decided to build a pier for Hamas, the terrorist organization. But isn't that nice? Oh, by the way, rather than actually, where is it here? And just to make it really nice, England has given us $90 million. They dropped it down so that 320 million sound like too big a number. So England, the United Kingdom, gave us $90 million. So now the number is only 230 million. It sounds so much smaller. And the only reason why they did that is because now we have to add in the cost of repairing to rebuild that pier that we made for Hamas, which means it isn't 320 million. It's at least $400 million that we have spent. And that number is just too big. The Biden administration has gotten too much blowback from that. So we needed the United Kingdom to take some of the pressure off of us. And so they paid us $90 million to make it look like Joe Biden didn't spend that much money. Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did. Nearly $500 million. $500 million for something that Hamas is taking, that is helping Hamas continue to fight. I am more than happy to hear from anyone on the left, any of the students at Columbia, at Harvard, at any of the colleges, Binghamton University, UCLA. If they want to tell me, Mike, well, you don't understand, I'm happy to have that conversation. If there's anyone, any elected official, part of the Democratic Socialists of America, AOC, Richie Torres, Jamal Bowman, any of it, if they would all like to have a conversation, say, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. This is international news. I'm getting all of my information from the left, not just international news, from left-leaning sources. So tell me, how am I misunderstanding? What is it that isn't being explained? And the reason why they won't have these conversations is because we know it is correct. Because we have not mistaken that. But the news media wants you to think that America agrees with Hamas, that America is on the side of Hamas. Look at this. They went to the Brooklyn Pride Parade because this is Gay Pride Month. Okay. And who cares? Well, you know who cares? Hamas does. We now see that there are, in the Brooklyn Pride Parade, there are individuals who are celebrating Hamas. I want you to think about that. Hamas, the radical Islamist fanatics, because that's what Hamas is. They're religious fanatics. They believe in genocide for anyone that does not believe what they believe. And like Iran, like Hezbollah, like the Houthi terrorists, Hamas kills gays. That's a fact. It's very well documented. It's very common throughout the entire Middle East, but it is especially common where the terrorist cells are, and of course the promoter of global terrorism, Iran. They kill people who are gay. They don't believe in the LGB. They don't believe in trans individuals. Hell, they poison young women for learning how to read and how to write. And you think that those people, when they are watching this, if you tried this in Gaza, they'd kill you. Everyone in that parade would die. The people watching the parade would die. Because that's what they believe. That's how they live. And for some reason, we have this news media that's trying to convince us that, hey, the answer is, gay people should be in favor of Hamas. Why? Why would you want to support someone who wants to kill you? It's the same question that I have for the Biden administration. They have said in clear and uncertain words that they want to kill America. They want to kill Israel. They want to kill anyone that doesn't believe what they believe. And what they believe is that women shouldn't read, shouldn't write, shouldn't work. They believe that the LGB should all be killed, that trans should be killed. That's what Hamas believes. This is what they are asking us to support. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Does anyone understand this? So somehow we have this movement that I believe is completely artificial. I don't think anyone who has actually thought about this for 30 seconds will support this. I don't believe that people who are LGBT, gay, and queer, I don't think they are looking at this, and if they have thought about it for 30 seconds, look at the history of the Middle East, they look at the history of Hamas and Iran, they know that that Hamas will kill them. They are not supporting this. It's a matter of self-preservation. And I can tell you as well, the Puerto Rican Day Parade has a float, has a flag for Palestine. There is nothing about Puerto Rico that has anything to do with Gaza, anything that has to do with Hamas. The island of Puerto Rico is not Muslim. They are Christian. If anything, they're Christian, very heavily Christian. Like most Latinos and most Latino countries, the culture of the Latinos is very much Christian, Judeo-Christian, and they're very conservative. They're not in line with Hamas. They're not agreeing with the precepts of Hamas. You go and try and tell an abuela, you go and tell someone in Puerto Rico or any Puerto Ricans here in the United States, and you tell them that their sister, their mother, their daughter can't go out and read and write and drive a car, and you'll get an earful. You're out of your mind. There is nothing about Gaza, there's nothing about Palestine that aligns itself with the Puerto Rican Day Parade or Puerto Rican people. Not culturally, not in terms of ideology, not in terms of execution, not in terms of lifestyle. But yet somebody insisted, and there's only 3 of them, there's only 3 flags, but they insisted. Notice there's no one walking next to this float. There's no people walking around it. There's no one in front of it. This might be the end of the actual parade because there seems to be no one behind them. But nobody is around there. You're not seeing people run up and cheer joyfully for it. Look at the crowd on the sides. Look at the crowds over here. You can see them. Yeah, there's a couple of kids waving a flag. They're waving Puerto Rican flags, You don't see a single flag for Hamas. You don't see a single flag for Hezbollah. You don't see any flags for Palestine. You don't see them. No one's flying those flags. The people don't want this. It's the same thing about what we're seeing down in Brooklyn. Yeah, they have the gay pride flag, but look at the crowds. Do you see anyone else with that? You see gay flags. You don't see the people dressed like they support Palestine. You don't see the people. Look at this. Do you see people cheering this? They're cheering the parade. But the moment that they start noticing that this is about Hamas, that this is about the terrorists, yeah, people are a lot less enthused. You're not seeing that overwhelming enthusiasm. You see people enthused to be gay. You don't see people enthused about Hamas. And the same thing at the Puerto Rican Day Parade. That's why they want to have a tight image about this. They want you to focus on, oh, see the flag. Yeah. I don't want to show you the reaction from the public. Because the reaction from the public is, no, I don't agree. The reaction from the public is, we don't support this. That this isn't something we want to be involved with. It's not something that we agree with. The people of Puerto Rico don't agree with Hamas or Palestine. But in terms of the ideology, of their lifestyle, of their religion, they don't agree. They're diametrically opposed. But they don't want you to see that. They want you to think, well, see, we got a guy to put a flag up there. So it means everyone must support that, right? Everyone in Puerto Rico must support Gaza and Palestine, right? No. just means one nut job, one Democrat, one socialist is out there doing that because they're probably paid. But that doesn't mean anyone else agrees with it. These are some things that are happening internationally. But no one wants to have an honest conversation with you about this. No one wants you to think about it. And I truly believe that if more people knew about this, that if they were paying attention to this and they understood that this is costing people's lives, that this isn't just an idea. People are dying. 34 Americans died because of this. 22 Americans, 10 of them have disappeared. We've watched them die drib by drab, and the American public is not being told about it. In fact, here we are, pro-Palestine protesters. These people are jumping in. It's not because the Pride Parade supports Hamas. They don't. And it's not because the Puerto Rican Day Parade supports Hamas. They don't. The people of Puerto Rico don't support Hamas. It is what we see, just like in Philadelphia, that we are seeing these ideologues, these progressives from Harvard, from these colleges that are pushing their way. They are injecting their ideology into other people's lives and lifestyles. They are forcing themselves, they are coercing individuals to have to deal with them. It's not because they're wanted. It's not because people share their ideology. It's not because this is some commonality. It's because we have no choice. They have forced it upon us. And that should tell you a lot about them. And we see that in every single, think about it. Look at every single piece of coverage of this. And the news media will be happy to show you as tight an image as they can to say, hey, see, there's support. There's support. Just don't look at anyone else. Don't look at what's happening in the background. Don't look what's happening around you. Don't think about the people, the ideology, the culture. Don't think about that. Don't think about the fact that Hamas would kill these people that they are trying to force themselves into and say, no, they support us too. Yeah, but Hamas would kill them. Hamas, by its charter, by its description, by its ideology, its religion, would kill these people. Oh, you're not supposed to think about that. Don't think about that. That's not important. Just obey. Just support Harvard. Harvard's smart. Harvard knows better than everyone. By the way, the women at Harvard would all be killed. The men at Harvard would be killed by the very same members of Hamas that they're supporting. I know, it's unpopular to tell the truth. It's unpopular to point these things out. But it's the truth. And it's something that's, and the reason why we're not getting these conversations is because, well, you might not vote Democrat now. Now that you hear the truth, now that you're asked to think about this, to understand the consequences of these actions, to see how this is reacting and reverberating around the world, you might not vote. You still might, but you might not vote Democrat. And that's too much. The mere thought that you might not vote Democrat in 2024 is so terrifying to the left, to the progressives, that they have to obscure this. They have to suppress this. They have to try and punish you. You're the bad guy. How dare you? These wonderful, peace-loving, gentle people at these protests, how could you be against any one of them? I mean, look at these people. They're just desecrating a statue. They're just destroying a monument. They're just, and I know there's a volume here. They're just yelling at this park ranger. Oh, what was the horrible thing that this park ranger has done? He told them to stop desecrating the monument, to desecrating the park, from destroying public property that has to be paid for by the public, that people's taxes help put together this monument, that people's taxes are going to go to fix this monument. Even if you want to destroy the monument, that's public taxes. And this park ranger is simply saying, don't do this. He's there to not stop them from protesting. No one's stopping them from protesting. No one's stopping them from sharing their voice and their ideology. No one is trying to stop them. This guy isn't trying to stop that. He's trying to stop a crime. Vandalism is a crime. Destruction of property, public property, is a crime. He's trying to stop crimes. He's not even holding them accountable for the crime that they are committing. He's not even trying to hold them accountable. He's just saying, stop, don't do this. And they're pelting him. They're throwing items at him. They're insulting him. And they're continuing to try and destroy it. Let me show you again. See the rest of this. You notice how the left, they always hide their faces. They don't want to be seen. They want pictures of you. They want to have pictures of anyone who doesn't agree with them. They want to identify you. They want to ostracize you. But they want to be secret. Look at how they continuously always try to hide their faces from the public. They don't want to be photographed. They want to be anonymous as they attack you. But, that's just their thing. I'm going to put the sound back.
Fuck you, fascists! Fuck you, fascists! Fuck you, fascists! Fuck you, fascists! Fuck you, fascists!
Oh, yeah. They want to call him a fascist. They want to curse him out. Notice, he's not trying to be an aggressor. He's not trying to do anything. He's not even enforcing the law that he has the right to enforce. No, he's just trying to stop them from committing crimes and destroying public property just because they don't like that someone else might not agree with them. Just because an object doesn't agree with the way they think. This is the left for you. This is what progressives do. They don't agree. They have a feeling. And because they have a feeling, even inanimate objects, statues, are offensive to them, to the point that they must be violent. They must destroy it. They have to deface it. They have to attack it. Do you notice the violence that they have, the impetus, that they can't simply say, I don't agree. They can't simply say, I'll debate you and say, I'll tell you why I don't agree, and try and convince you in a conversation that you should agree with them. No. They will force this. They will force their decision, their feeling onto you. All the while that they're doing that, they're trying to hide the consequences that come from their actions. They're trying to hide the reality of what they have done. They're hiding from you, where is it? That the consequence of their actions are Americans that are dead. That Americans die as a consequence of what they believe, of the actions they're willing to take against you. Yeah, and the news media goes, well, we could say that this is wrong, that this is evil, this is mean, but that might mean people aren't going to vote for those progressive Democrats, AOC, Jamal Bowman, Hakeem Jeffries, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib. They might not get donations. They might not get the votes they would otherwise get. So let's not talk about it. Let's not discuss this. Let's, throw this away. Put it as the last sentence in an article so that no one will notice it. So that people won't understand. Leave it out of context. Don't mention how many hostages actually were taken. Don't mention that Americans were killed in the first place. Civilians were killed watching a concert. Yeah, don't mention that. Don't put it in context. Don't let people get the full picture of what's going on. Don't mention that Hamas kills. You know how they kill the gays? Hamas in Palestine, in Gaza, they take someone who is gay, whether they are whether or not they are, even if you're suspected of being gay, they take you, they go up to a tall building and throw them off the roof. That's how they deal with gays. That's their punishment for being gay. They're not going to try and change your life. They're not going to force you to live the way they want. They'll throw you off of a roof. That's what they want you. That's in Brooklyn. That is what they want you to support. The Brooklyn Pride wants you to support Hamas that throws those same gay people off of buildings to their death. Does that make sense to anyone? And they're doing that because they don't want you to think about the election. Tell me, folks. I'm showing you the evidence in live streams. I'm showing you video. I'm showing you articles. I'm going over the facts and the details that have been happening for 8 months. I'm going over the consequences of actions, how the actions back in August and also September of 2021 have led to where we are today, and how what we decide now and going forward in the election are going to have impact on us going into the future. Do you think that if they get to have 4 more years of a weak president, that they're going to suddenly stop? Do you think they're suddenly going to back down and give up? Or do you think they're going to double down and do even more of what they have already done? That's a question. I want you to honestly think about that. Do you think that Hamas is going to stop trying to kill Israel just because Biden is reelected? No. Matter of fact, think about this. Hamas has so little respect or fear of the Biden administration that for 8 months, Joe Biden has been trying to negotiate to get back the living or dead bodies of American citizens, and he has failed. Completely, absolutely failed. In total negotiations, we got back 3. One of them because she was a 5-year-old child? A 5-year-old child. They gave up the child and 2 old women. That's it. And everyone else they kept. Joe Biden hasn't been able to get anyone, even if he offered money. He built them a $300 million pier. He is shipping in tons upon tons of food, humanitarian aid that is helping to supply the fighters for Hamas. And they still don't respect him. They still don't care. And you mean to tell me that an extra 4 years for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, that's going to suddenly make them say, oh, we see the light of day. Let's be nice guys now. Lynn says that Hamas is evil. It is ultimately evil. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthi terrorists, they are all the same organization. They all are puppets of Iran. And Iran, the Ayatollah, is evil. One of the greatest news stories that we had in 2024 is that Ibrahim Raisi, the former president of Iran, died in a plane accident. He's dead. That was great news. I was celebrating. You saw me on the live stream, and I was celebrating. He was dead because he was an evil man who killed his own Iranian people back in 1980. And he's helped to kill people through terrorism since that time. And he's been doing it through Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. And they've been trying to come to America to kill you here. We know that. It was a month and a half ago that a member of Hezbollah went and he got caught at the southern border saying he wants to go to New York so he can build a bomb. They're coming for you. 69 terrorists caught trying to enter America this first quarter, the first 3 months of 2024 alone. We had a student at Cornell University who said he joined Hamas to be able to attack his fellow students. Cornell University. That's what the college system is taught. The very same college system that celebrated and was giddy about Hamas killing 1,200 people, including 34 Americans, and taking 22 Americans, 254 individuals around the world, taking them hostage and torturing them. Cornell University professors were giddy with excitement. They are protesting as we speak at Cornell, at Columbia, at Harvard, colleges across this country with autonomous zones, putting up tents and having autonomous zones, which are insurrectionist by the definition of the Democratic Party. They are insurrectionist, and they're being celebrated. It makes no sense to me. Lynn says, as far as I'm concerned, a vote for Biden is a vote for Hamas. And there are a lot of people who agree with you, Lynn. A lot of people agree with that ideology. And I just want to hear from the people who think, Mike, but you're wrong. Why? What have I said that doesn't make sense? That isn't a logical, natural conclusion from the evidence that we have. And I have started with all the evidence. I am showing you the evidence, and I am putting it in front of you from the left-leaning news media internationally. Not just in the United States, but around the world. And I'm showing you the evidence. And I'm just going over the details that are confirmed around the world and saying, what happens next? And I hear from the left, mind you, almost never during the live stream. They will never call in. They sometimes, rarely, will send in a text and say, you just don't get it. But they'll never explain it. They'll sometimes respond to a tweet on X, on Twitter. Sometimes they respond on Facebook, and they'll send me a message and go, oh, well, you just don't get it. You're just evil. You're a bad guy. Why? Because I'm not supporting terrorism? I don't understand your logic. Because I recognize the evil that these groups do. That I understand the fastest way to get a ceasefire is that Hamas gives back the hostages. Something that even Joe Biden has admitted this week and confirmed yet again. I did a video earlier this week on it. Again, Biden confirmed that the only thing that is stopping a ceasefire is Hamas. You can look at the news reports today from Antony Blinken. The only thing holding back a ceasefire, if that's what you want, if that's what you believe in, if that's what your college has taught you to believe, that there should be a ceasefire, then why aren't you talking to Hamas and telling them, give back the hostages? Stop with the torture, give back the hostages. That's all they have to do. We're not asking them to change anything else. The world hasn't said, oh, you have to give up Islam. No one said that you have to stop being a terrorist organization. Everyone said, first thing, give back the hostages. You will get a ceasefire. You will get a ceasefire. Give us back the living and dead bodies. Period. Full stop. Do that, we have a ceasefire. Then we can talk about your terrorist actions and your terrorist desires and your terrorist feelings. And Hamas won't do it. And I don't hear Harvard, MIT, Cornell University, Columbia University, UCLA. I don't hear any of these colleges going, oh, yeah, they should take the ceasefire. They should give back the hostages. They won't even mention or acknowledge that the hostages exist. Not just the Americans, but there's also the British, there's the Germans, there's the French. There are hostages from over 2-3 dozen countries. They don't mention them. Never. You will never hear that. In every one of the protests, you will never hear that. When you go to the Brooklyn Pride Parade, and you see the Palestine flag, those people will never mention the American hostages. When they try and invade the Puerto Rican Day Parade, they won't mention the American hostages. They won't mention them. Because they'd be happy to torture a Puerto Rican just as fast as they do any other American, because they don't see a difference. There is no difference. And they would be just as happy to take a Columbia student, a Harvard student who happens to be gay, and throw them off a roof like they would any other person who is gay in Gaza, any other person who is gay in Iran or in Jordan or in Syria or in Yemen. Let's see. So we got a comment. Lynn says that the Ivy Leagues lost their prestige. I think they completely burned all of their credibility. I think they have. Truly. I agree with you, Lynn. Happy Life says, I see Russia officially named the United States as an enemy of Russia. Well, that's in part because the United States is helping to arm South Korea. And right now, Russia is working with China and North Korea and with Iran against the United States. So with the U.S. finally living up to our treaty with South Korea and bringing over our nuclear submarines there, which is trying to hold back China from living up to its promise to take over Taiwan, their threat against the Philippines right now, well, then that's part of it. There's the fact that we continue to fund the Ukraine, and the fact that Joe Biden has recently said that he wants Ukraine to use the U.S. weapons, our rockets, our missiles, our tanks, our planes, to attack inside Russia, not just to defend Ukraine, but use our weapons, our technology against the Russian countries and Russian people. And so they see that as an escalation of the war. I know I didn't have a article on that, but to let people understand, this week the news came out that Joe Biden had made a unilateral decision. He didn't ask anyone else in the world for permission. He didn't speak to the American people or Congress about this before he went directly to the Ukraine, where we have been supplying them with tanks that have almost all been destroyed. And we're sending them fighters, and we've sent them bullets and money that disappears, weapons that disappear and reappear. Some of the weapons that we've given to the Ukraine, they've been sold, and they're in Sudan. They're in Central Africa as part of the war efforts of various warlords. Civil wars are being fought because of the weapons that we gave to the Ukraine that was supposed to be used against Russia. But those were rifles. But now we're talking about rockets and missiles and tanks and possibly even jets. And Joe Biden unilaterally said, it's perfectly fine. We, the United States, authorize the Ukraine to attack inside Russia. Not to defend themselves, but to attack Russia itself. That is a different... Now, look, I'm not saying that the Ukrainians shouldn't defend themselves. Absolutely, they should. And one of the best defenses is an offense. No question. This is basic military theory. I have no problem with that. But for the United States to authorize, which is the same thing as to give orders to the Ukraine to attack Russia, now we are escalating. That is more involvement by the United States in the Ukraine-Russia war. Notice, that's not the American-Russia war. It's the Ukraine-Russia war. It's not our war. But the more that Joe Biden is giving orders and giving directives and lifting restrictions, the more we are involved. And that gives more credence to when Macron, the president of France, keeps saying that he wants to use NATO troops, essentially 80% American troops, to go and fight in the Ukraine. Again, this is escalation. This is bringing American troops closer and closer to having feet on the ground, boots on the ground in the Ukraine, fighting against Russia. Now, do I think Putin is a bad guy? Absolutely. Do I think Russia is in the wrong? Absolutely. They were wrong in 2013 when Obama capitulated to them. They're wrong today. I think they're still going. I think Russia will back down after the election if Donald Trump is elected. When a strong leader shows up, I think they'll back down for a while. I think they'll take a ceasefire and just take the eastern and southern portions of the Ukraine and take them over and absorb them. I think that's what will happen with a strong leader in place. But That doesn't mean that I want the United States calling up war plans and trying to show the Ukrainian people how to fight. We're not, that's too much involvement. We've already done as much as we should be doing by giving the Ukraine hundreds of billions of dollars. We have funded the entire GDP, the entire gross domestic product of the country of Ukraine by the United States alone. In over a year, we have given them enough money for their entire country to exist, to operate. In a year. And we're still pumping money in there. We've done more than we need to. We've done more than enough for a war that isn't our war, that we will get zero benefit from. I know there's a lot of people who will say, but Mike, it's Russia. I understand it's Russia. It's not our fight. And we gain nothing from this. The Ukrainian government is corrupt. They were corrupt when Joe Biden bought off the AG, the Attorney General of the Ukraine, to save his son's butt. They're corrupt now. That hasn't changed. They're less corrupt and they're less dangerous than Russia. Yes, relatively, they're the good guys. They're not that good in terms of being good guys. It's only because they're against Russia that they look exceptionally good. Because Russia, Putin, is exceptionally bad. I don't want to be involved with Russia. I don't want to be involved with the Ukraine. And we've given them more than they could ever ask for. We have given them more weapons, more tanks, more training. We've given them everything we can. We can't fight the war for them. It's not our war. We will get nothing back. If tomorrow the Ukraine were somehow to pull off a miracle and win the war overnight, we will get nothing. The United States will never see the money that we have given to the Ukraine. We will never see it come back. They don't have the resources. They don't have anything we need desperately enough to be able to pay us back. Nothing. They have nothing. They are offering us nothing. You notice when Zelensky is asking for more money from the United States Congress, he never mentions what is he going to give us back. What is it that they have that they can give to the United States as if he wins as some kind of payback, some remuneration? Nothing. He'll remember us very nicely. They'll probably have a holiday. That's it. We get nothing. Why are we doing it? Again, I'm not against fighting a fight that makes sense. What's the difference? And I know what some people will say. People will say to me, but Mike, you're willing to fight Hamas. You're willing to get involved with that fight. Why aren't you willing to get in the fight with the Ukraine? Well, here's a big difference. Let's start with the number one fact. Hamas killed Americans. Hamas is torturing American citizens. Hamas is sexually abusing Americans right now. If they're not dead, the hostages, if they didn't kill the hostages at this point, after 8 months, they are torturing them. They are sexually abusing them. They are using them as human shields, and they are hostages. That is a incredible chasm of difference between Hamas and the war of Ukraine versus Russia. Hamas brought us into this. They killed our people. They captured our people. They are torturing our people. We are involved in that conflict. That is our conflict because those were our people. And I absolutely believe, and you may not, and I understand, I may be extreme in this. Maybe we need other people, like my buddy Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian and a good friend of mine. I've known Larry for a decade now. And he also was a former Marine, like myself. Larry served, and Larry is a little bit nicer than I am when it comes to these things. And maybe Larry's right and says, oh, no, we need to be gentler. Mike, you're going too far. Maybe I'm too far. Okay. But here's where I stand on this. They killed Americans. They need to be made an example. We need to make Hamas an example for the rest of the world that you do not kill American citizens, that you will be held responsible for killing and torturing and kidnapping American citizens. And the penalty will be harsh. It will be extreme. Yes, we will be American cowboys. And yes, we have no concept of overkill. We have no concept of that gun is too big. There is no bomb that's too big that we will not use. Pray that we would not use a nuclear weapon on you, because those are American citizens. How dare you? You better have a damn good reason. And if you're going to do that, you better be prepared to go all the way right to a war. If you want to take it on with American citizens, we will go there. Maybe that's me. Maybe it's too extreme. I'm willing to admit I may be too much, but I believe in America that much. I love and have been willing to bleed for America that much. I said I had that opinion when I was actively in the Marines. I have that belief and that ideology and that same mindset today, that same passion today for every single American. I don't care if they're going after members of Harvard. I don't care if they're going after the LGB over at a Pride parade. I don't care if it's naturalized citizens. If you're an American, I stand by you. And the American government should stand by you. And every country, every terrorist around the world should be terrified of harming American citizens on purpose, targeting American citizens for torture, for sexual abuse, or for murder. They should be terrified of that. I'd have already had American troops in Haiti helping to evacuate the 40,000 plus Americans that live in Haiti who have been suffering because of the gangs and the warfare. Americans died in Haiti. I would have had. That's 3 hours away. That's a 3-hour flight away from the United States coast. That is 700 miles away from the American coast. I'd have already had Americans. We'd have planes flying over that nation. There would be ships in the ports right now saying, give us every single American. We're going to take them home. And if any of them get hurt, we are going to land our troops and we will pacify Haiti and then hand it over to whomever wants it, because I don't care who runs Haiti. I don't care about that hellhole. I don't care about that government. That country has nothing to us. It means nothing. It does nothing for us. We will go in and pacify every single gang. We will pacify every source of opposition and get our people and make sure they are safe, because they're American citizens. And don't you dare target them as individuals to kill, to torture, to harm. No, you better have a damn good reason if you're coming after Americans. Now, again, that's me. I'm a former Marine. I'm maybe a little bit too extreme. But I'm pretty sure if we had that mindset, the world would be much more peaceful for American citizens. You would not see Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis or Iran. You would not see them torturing American citizens right now. You would not see that. You would not see Russia in Ukraine right now if we had that mindset. You would not hear from China saying guaranteeing that they're going to use force to take over Taiwan. You would not hear North Korea saying that they're going to drop bombs all over South Korea and Japan. You would not hear that. Japan would never need to build up their own army. They would trust and believe that the United States has their back, just like the treaty says we have to. And they are confident that the Marines on Okinawa wouldn't just stay in Okinawa. They would actually defend the Japanese people. That is the difference. The world would have a very different outlook. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. If you think my position is too strong, tell me why. I'm happy to hear it. I'm not infallible. I say it and I admit it myself. Maybe I'm too extreme. Maybe I'm too willing to use force to remind the world, don't mess with American citizens. I can admit that. I could recognize that in myself. But what's the alternative? The alternative is the other extreme. That's what we're getting right now. The other extreme is what we see with Joe Biden. It's what we're seeing with Harvard and with the colleges across America. It's the extreme that we're seeing by the progressives in Hollywood and in entertainment, which is roll over, take it all, and just, you know what? America's the bad guy in their minds, and we just have to pay and just suck it up. I'm sorry. No, I don't agree. I don't agree with Leslie Headland's version of America, because that's what the Acolyte is. It is a allegory of modern day, of American politics. And in her view, every white man, well, that's America. And America's a bad guy. America needs to suffer and be in pain. That's what the Acolyte is about. That's what that one white Jedi, the young kid, that's what he was in penance for. That's why she, the Leslie Headland, giving him the poison that he killed himself. That's her view of how America should react. Now, again, do you notice all the people on the left that they idolize, that they make into their heroes, that they want to build statues for, that they give hundreds of millions of dollars to give them movies and to spread their word? They're almost always, they're violent criminals. They're horrendous human beings. Leslie Headland worked for Harvey Weinstein, helped to enable the horrific actions of Harvey Weinstein. And I know people say, well, she was innocent. She set up his meetings. She arranged his rendezvous, his ability to take advantage of women. That's Leslie Headland's, that was her job, is to set up his meetings, to arrange his places to take advantage of other women. That was her job. She can't say she didn't know. Her job was to set it up, to make it possible, to enable Harvey Weinstein to do that. And she's rewarded by Hollywood with a $180 million TV series that she's making bank on, that her wife got a job, got a frontline leading role in, and I'm sure she got paid millions of dollars for that role as well. Talk about nepotism. She's being heralded as a genius by some parts of the left-wing media, all in an allegory that says America's evil and bad and that she's the good guy. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I don't believe that. We got kids in Harvard and MIT and Columbia and Binghamton University and UCLA that are trying to say, oh, no, we should be, Hamas is small, so they must be the good guy because they don't have a lot of power. They're small. They're also terrorists. I don't care how small they are. In fact, I'm glad that they are limited in power because they're terrorists. They blow up children, their own children. I want them to be small. I want them to be without power. I don't want to empower Hamas. I don't want to see their terrorism grow in scope and capability. I don't. But this is what they're willing to do. And they're running around the world saying, not only do they want us to support these horrible things around the world, they want them to be celebrated here in the United States. George Floyd was a bad man. He was a criminal, an addict, a violent criminal addict who was unrepentant in his lifestyle. He was going to die one day anyway, and he was always going to die of violence because that's his lifestyle that we see being supported and promoted in every single poor neighborhood in America, especially in every poor inner city. He's not a hero. There was nothing heroic about his life. There was nothing heroic about his death. But he's a hero. Why? Why in the hell would you consider him to be a hero or heroic or anything other than unfortunate for dying the way he died, which is the way that he lived? Yes, he's an example. He's an example of what not to do with your life. Yes, he was also an example of what happens when some members of the police are too extreme, but he's also an example of this is what happens when you live your life badly. And the left praise him. They lift him up. They want to put statues of this criminal, this violent, addicted criminal. They want statues of him around the country. Does that make sense to anybody? This is what you want to praise. This is what you want. This is what you want the youth of America to look up for and to emulate. George Floyd, you want kids of every color, every creed, every nationality, you want them to look up and see George Floyd and be like him, a violent, addicted felon? Is that really what you want? Because that's what happens when you put a statue of him up. That kid has to look at his history, and they're not going to stop at, oh, this is how he died. Yeah, how did he live? How do we emulate this man? Because that's what the statue is saying. The statue is saying, emulate him. Be like him. This is why he's being praised. Why people want to have a national holiday based on George Floyd. Because he died a violent, addicted felon. A criminal. An unrepentant plague on his community. What is it? I know. Someone's going, but Mike, you can't say that. Why? It's not that it's untrue. It's not that it's not real. These are the consequences of the actions that are happening. It may be unpleasant. I had the same conversation with Larry Sharp, when we were talking about what's happening with Israel and Hamas and how we need to take action against Hamas, the terrorists. It may be unpleasant to consider that, but that's the reality. Doesn't change the facts. Just because the facts aren't nice doesn't mean they're not facts. They're not realities. They are. We have coddled our kids far too long. We have allowed the news media and the government to coddle us far too long. Yes, it's unpleasant. That's called life. Deal with it anyway. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Am I not getting it? I mean, you can leave a comment. You can send a super chat on Rumble. You can send a super chat on YouTube. You can just leave it, type in a comment, or you can call in 929-715-8569. If you think I'm too extreme, I don't think I am. And I guarantee you, if we were slightly more to what I'm talking about, if we had leadership that was strong, just slightly strong in the way that America needs and classically has been, all of the problems that are facing America and the world right now would be different. We wouldn't be facing 3 simultaneous regional wars if America was strong, if we had a strong leader. If we had a leader who looks like he can stand up and have a speech without falling over. And I know that a lot of people said, well, when he was in France celebrating D-Day, he didn't actually poop his pants. Looked like it. Oh, but that was edited. That was pretty bizarre. That was a pretty bizarre movement that he was making there. And you know what? It doesn't matter if it's true or not, whether or not he defecated on himself. If people think he did, that means he looks weak. It means if people around the world are willing to point out and say publicly that he defecated himself, they have no respect for him. They have no fear of him. They think he's weak. And that should be reason enough for you to not support him, I think. I mean, normally I don't tell people, again, I'm not telling you who to vote for, but I'm telling you why I think he's a horrible choice. And I haven't heard a reason why he's good. So John Cordisco just joined us. John says he likes my shirt. Thank you for that. It's Paisley. It's a gold Paisley shirt. It is very hot in this weather, believe it or not. Just the material itself. I like the design. I like the colors. But in the summer, this is hot like you wouldn't believe. It does not breathe. But thank you for the compliment, John. So, we're talking about the international impact of a lot of these issues. And I think it's important that we put them into perspective and understand with great clarity that what is happening now is not improving America. That because of the weakness that comes from the top down, it's coming from the Biden administration, that we're seeing repeated and promoted by social media, by the mainstream news media, by entertainment, that it is pushing this impression that America is bloated and weak and irresponsible. And that's a problem. And that's why we're seeing these consequences getting worse and worse. Look, I understand Joe Biden wants to win the next election. Democrats want to win the next election. That's part of the normal cycle. I get that. But that does not alleviate them of the responsibilities to the American people. And we're talking about the southern border. We're talking about the economy. We're talking about Americans being taken hostage and tortured and abandoned around the world. I mean, that's the way I see that. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm always happy to hear what you guys have to say about these things. I really do. But for those who are new to the channel, we have a comment from over on Rumble, and it's First One Shot. And First One Shot says, a leader without dementia would be awesome. I agree with you. And by the way, First One Shot, I want to thank you and welcome you to being part of the channel and the audience. I see you're over on Rumble. Thank you for being there and watching the program. And thank you for the comment. So, yes, First One Shot says, a leader without dementia would be awesome. I think they're right. I'm sorry, he's just too old. I'm not sorry. Joe Biden is too old. He is too weak. And we see it in his actions. I mean, you guys can probably hear the motorcycles in the background. I am in New York. This is in the Bronx, so summer. Can't help the background noise. Cordisco says, thoughts on Merrick... Oh, wait a minute. We got a call coming in. Hang on, folks. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and who may I say is speaking? Your first name. Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me, Michael?
I can barely hear you. Hang on, I'm going to try and bring up your volume. Try it again.
Okay, yeah, it's Matthew J. from Philadelphia.
It's who from Philadelphia?
Matthew J. from the Matthew J. Show.
Hey, Matthew J. How are you? I don't know why, but it sounds it's not my system, I think. It's maybe on your phone that you're coming in a little bit low, but go ahead.
Am I coming in too loud? I'm sorry.
What's that?
Am I coming in too loud?
No, too soft. I can barely hear you.
Okay, I mean, if you want me to try to call I'm on the house phone. You want me to try to call on the cell phone?
You can, yes. I can't call you. No, not while I'm on the show.
Okay, let me try you on the cell phone, see if it's any better.
Okay. All right, folks, so we're about to get a call from Matthew J. He's a friend of the show. I've actually been on several podcasts, several live streams with Matthew J. You can find him on Twitter. He's a good guy. And by the way, I should mention that John Cordisco, who's in the comments, also has his own show. All right. Is this better?
I can hear you perfectly, Michael. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
That is wonderful. It's great to join your show. I know you've probably covered this topic. I wanted to just talk a little bit about what's coming up in New York City, July 11th, with President Trump and the sensing, possible jail time or house arrest. My question to you, Michael, there was a talk about a Facebook thing and a mistrial and whatnot. But even if you took the ball there and say there was going to be a mistrial, couldn't the New York City, the DA, that whole apparatus just turn around and say, okay, if you got a mistrial, and just immediately authorize a retrial before the election?
Okay, so I'm going to get into the mistrial actually in the second half of the show. We were just finishing up the international portion. The second half part of that is going to be the mistrial for Donald Trump, which I was talking about on Friday. I think the mistrial has a lot of impact on America. Whether or not Donald Trump actually gets the mistrial, it is going to definitely have an impact on the election. It's going to have an impact on our international policy and our domestic policy. It doesn't matter whether he actually gets it or not. But if I were to have to answer right this second, will Donald Trump get a mistrial? No. No, he's going to go to jail for 2 years.
Right. Well, that Michael, that would bring me to my next question to you. There's a few additional trials on the runway after this for President Trump. The big question I have is, why acknowledge this kangaroo court in New York City and go to jail, and then subsequently later this year or next year, he'll be sentenced to jail again? Do we just let the left keep kicking our ass, or do we finally stand up and do something?
Okay, so and again, some of this is going to come up in the second half of the show, which we're getting into. But the problem is, one, depending on how we react to this affects the legal system. This is what I mean by no matter what happens, there's a consequence. And that is because this is our legal system. And it is being abused. And it is being misused. But how we fix that determines how our legal system is going to go on going forward. Is it going to become, this is the precedent, that if we can see this happen where people can be targeted because of their political beliefs and can be punished because of those political beliefs by those who are in elected office or have a lot of money or power, then that means it's true for everyone going forward. That will chill the First Amendment. So that means we have to be very careful about how we fix this, which means we have to go through all the legal steps. Now, to me, that means, one, since there's a mistrial that is possible, that would be great. If it is verified, then yeah, there should be, if we can verify this was a done deal, a kangaroo court, then yes, there should be a mistrial because that's the right way for this to go forward. I think it's better, though, that we see Donald Trump, it's not declared a mistrial, and it goes to the appeals. It'll lose on the first round of appeals in New York State because New York State is very hyper-political, and it goes to the Supreme Court, and then it gets overturned, which crushes this idea that you can punish someone because of political ideology. And it comes from the highest court, and that then becomes reinforced throughout the entire system. That's what I think should be the way we deal with it, because it preserves the most of our legal system as it exists. If we do it a different way, we destroy the legal system, and I don't see anything to replace it. Does that make sense?
Yes and no. In the interim, Michael, I don't understand. If Trump is taken out of the campaign, which essentially could happen as of July 11th, they've won. It's election interference on steroids. And we don't have a rewind button here, Michael. That's what I'm concerned about. And I know it's a plethora of really bad choices.
Okay.
You know, if Trump stays in Florida and doesn't come up for July 11th, it's over there too. The problem is that the Marxists seem to have us cornered on this. And at what point do we just say enough is enough?
Okay, let me address with one of the first parts. If Trump, let's go with my theory, which is that President Trump will get 2 years in jail, plus a fine. The fine will be ridiculously high, doesn't matter. He can get that paid off. But the key is that he's going to have 2 years in jail. Now, that doesn't mean he goes to Rikers, which I know a lot of people on the left are like, oh, I want to see him in Rikers. It's just because of the name and because it's dangerous. He's never going to go there because of the Secret Service, because he has the protection. And he has to have the protection because he's a former president. He knows things that are critical to America. You can't not provide the protection to him because it's essential to American national security. So he's not going to be denied Secret Service, and he has to be protected, which means he can't go into a regular prison. He has to go into either a defunct prison and basically kind of in solitary confinement, or he's going to be a prisoner in his own home. He's going to be in detention, essentially. Now, let's assume that that happens. Does that prevent him from running for president? No. He will still be able to run for president, even if, let's assume everything doesn't matter, I'm wrong about all of that, and he goes to Rikers for 2 years. He still can run for president, and he can still win. That's a fact. So that's the way the system is built up. And in fact, if they do that to him, we will see even more of a surge for Donald Trump because everyone recognizes how political this actually is and how political the punishment is. It is meant to try and stigmatize Donald Trump, which is stigmatizing the American people. And again, it goes back to the same thought. This is a authoritarian precedent. But my problem isn't so much the election with Donald Trump. He will win this. The worse they treat him, the better it is for his chance to win. My problem isn't this election. My problem is 2028, when they do it again. That all of these precedents that have been created, if they have not been resolved, or more importantly, they get reinforced, well, we're going to see it again in 2028. Whether it's coming from the right against the left or the left against the right, rich against the poor, doesn't matter. These precedents are important because if we don't resolve them now, they are going to be repeated and they will become commonplace. And that means America will be becoming more authoritarian and more like dictatorships we see around the world. That's where my fear is. It's not with Donald Trump. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. See, the problem I have, Michael, is you and I know, and your listeners and my listeners from the Matthew J. Show know it's a kangaroo court. We know that. Once again, you take Trump out of the equation of July 11th, whatever transpires there, if he's taken off the campaign trail, I think it can do more damage than people are saying. Initially, he'll get a big bump. Of course, we all know that. Maybe 5-10 points. But as we keep going, independents, Democrats, the legacy media will jump in there. We won't see really anything. Only our side knows what they've done is a grave injustice to President Trump. That's what I'm concerned about. I still think him going to jail, and right now that's their only option, Michael, because they don't want Trump campaigning. Even if they put him under house arrest, he can hold events down in Florida. They put him in house arrest. They need to put him in jail, and I think that's where they're going to go with it. And I think that's going to create havoc in this country, unfortunately.
I understand the fear, but no matter where assuming that I'm correct, and he goes to some form of jail, they can't stop him from. He can do live streams. That doesn't stop his campaign. And in fact, we saw from 2020 that you really don't need to campaign to be able to win the presidency because Joe Biden was in his basement almost the entire time. He won anyway, for various reasons. But that isn't a requirement for the run. And in fact, previous to the modern day, the way elections were handled, completely different than we're doing today. So it's not necessary. Again, my concern isn't Donald Trump. I mean, I want him to win. Absolutely. But my concern isn't him. He's going to be okay. My concern is America and the consequences of this. Because that's bigger. We have a bigger issue. Donald Trump isn't it. Yes, that's the one that everyone's pointing their eye. Everyone's seeing that right now. And that's where, the media is trying to hide it from us and everyone's looking dead at it. But the bigger problem is, in fact, the consequences. What happens next? And that's the part no one's talking about. That's the part that no one has really thought about. Like, how does this get applied to the next election? How does this get applied to the next person in America? That's the key. So that's why, because Donald Trump this will actually boost him. The initial numbers, we were told, oh my God, Joe Biden got this huge boost because Donald Trump's guilty, which is the headline that the Democrats, the progressives, were desperate for. They were desperate for that. And they got it. And they got a 2-day bump. 2 days. They were up in 2 polls. And if you look at it today, that's all gone. That evaporated overnight because it's artificial. Because it doesn't actually benefit anyone. And no one cares. Because it's all about, this is all so obviously political and kangaroo. But if we don't, which means that the answer is we have to go back into the legal system. We have to go through the legal process, not to hide this, which is what I think a mistrial would do, but to actually address it and say, here's the remedy, and take it to the top court and make sure that we have made it crystal clear in the law that you cannot do this, that this will not be accepted. That's the way to prevent this from getting worse. That's the process we have to go through. Does that make sense?
Michael, as I said, I agree with a portion of it. I guess I'm not trying to. I'm not the optimist now. What I see is happening. I know you're saying the big concern's 2028, and I do certainly agree to a certain extent it is. But if you're letting them get away with the leader of the party right now, President Donald J. Trump, if they jail essentially the political opposition to Joe Biden, we are in different territory. We are in different territory. So we have to address it. I don't know all the avenues we can use, but once Trump goes into a jail cell, he wins. And if you're talking about the international component to your show, obviously, can you imagine what the world is going to view when we're putting, the leader of the opposition party for this November? If we put that person in jail, then we are no longer the beacon of light to the world. We're just like some banana republic. It's just sad to see at this point in American history.
Well, that's the thing. If Donald Trump is put in jail, it's going to be, yes, America is diminished. But the rest of the world, it doesn't hurt them so much because that's how their countries run already. Remember, America is the exception to the world. We are held to a higher standard, mostly by ourselves, but the world holds us to a higher standard. And essentially, what we are seeing is the Democrats, through this process, are diminishing America, bringing us down to the level of everyone else in the world. Now, the long-term effect of that is going to be, a loss of stature, power, influence around the world. That's a separate thing. But in terms of the legal aspects of it, the rest of the world doesn't care. The rest of the world won't be affected. Inside the United States, it's a shock to us, but it's a shock to us because we've never been like everyone else. Our legal system, our way of life has never been restricted and negatively impacted like every other country is. That's why the rest of the countries aren't freaking out about this, why they're not shocked and surprised by this, why they've moved on. They're assuming that Trump's going to win because this doesn't really mean anything, because it doesn't mean anything in their countries. They're used to this. We're not. And that's why it's so important for us to reinforce and correct this within our system so that we don't diminish ourselves, so that we reaffirm the Constitution and our three-part government to maintain ourselves above what other countries do. I mean, that's the key thing that I'm seeing. That does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does make sense. It just it gives me a headache every day, Michael, to think that the Democrats think an appropriate remedy to everything is lawfare. And I don't think, I mean, you seem to be optimistic, like, once everybody sees this, it's going to be exposed, the Democrats. I think it's been exposed, but there's a good portion of the country, and if they've got the legacy media and the print media and the New York Times of the world, the Los Angeles Times, here in the Philadelphia Inquirer, if they have them pushing this agenda, and it's essentially an anti-American agenda, what they're doing right now, I just see them with a lot of W's. I know Trump's leading in the polls. The America First message is big. I'm a big supporter. President Trump retweeted me many times back in the day. It's sad to see that we are at this stage in American history. And I don't see us coming out of this or winning it. I know you're saying let's go through all the legal remedies, but at some point, I think the American people, they're going to be fed up with this, exhausted of this lawfare.
Yeah, but this isn't the first time America has had to deal with corruption on a grand scale. We had Tammany Hall for New York State, and New York, one of the most powerful states in the country for most of our existence, and especially back in the days of Tammany Hall, New York was massively powerful. Chicago and Illinois, massively powerful, massively corrupt. California had its corruption too. So we've dealt with this more so on a city and state level, not so much the presidency, but we have addressed this, and America has gotten past that. It's part of our growth. Remember, America is still a very young country. I mean, most countries have been around for 500, 1,000 years. They've gone through this process already. We're now going through it because it's part of our time in the world. And so we have to address this. We have to deal with this. It is part of the normal process. And we've kind of dealt with it at lower levels in the past. We had the corruption, and then we developed the process to get rid or at least minimize the corruption. This is the next stage of that. So we have to continue that way, which is why people have to remain hopeful and also attentive and hold politicians accountable. This is why it's so important that we have to have these conversations so that we can make sure we don't fall or forget or are seduced by this idea of authoritarianism because our guy wins. That's why I'm not couching this in terms of Donald Trump, because then that becomes the red flag to those who are of a different ideology, and they think, well, it's okay what we do because we don't want that guy. This is beyond that guy. This is America. This is the system. And there are a lot of people at Harvard, at these colleges, Columbia, name the college, that are being trained to think that America as it exists, the Constitution as it exists, is a bad thing. I disagree with that I absolutely disagree with that. But they're being trained on that. And that's probably the source that we need to go to. We need to remind the next generation, if we follow the path that these progressives have put forward to us, look at the world and look at how bad it gets. It won't get better. It doesn't fix anything. We have to stay the course. We still have to reinforce the Constitution and stay above the fray that the rest of the world is in. because becoming progressive, and this is what I was talking about earlier in the show, Europe is now voting, and they're voting more centrist, more conservative, more like America, because it doesn't work. So we need to just remember that and work on that. I think that's the only way out of this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Michael, I just, the thing is, I acknowledge there's been corruption, obviously, throughout U.S. political history, through decades and decades. But what we have now is far different. We don't have anyone in our corner. What we have is controlled opposition. The Democrats and their deep state allies and their media accomplices, they have this. Look back at the summer of 2020, the summer of love with the rioting and looting. They are willing to just crap on the Constitution, Mike. If it was a fair playing field, I'd say, okay, we've got to follow through on this. It's not. This is not going to have, unfortunately, it's not going to have a positive outcome. So I'm wondering, let's say if President Trump doesn't get elected this November, you know what his future is? His future is jail, and not just for 4 to 6 months. It's until he dies, I would assume. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying I have all the answers here, Michael. And I know what you're saying in a sound, sane, and rational world. Michael Voss is putting it out there right and correctly. But Michael, we are far beyond that, man. We don't have a other side that's willing to cooperate or meet us halfway. They're using lawfare, and I don't know how we get around the other side. I know you're seeing around the other side. I'm not seeing it, and that's what scares the hell out of me.
Okay. I'm sorry I lost a little bit of what you were saying because you're speaking louder, very loud, and so that was spiking in my ear, in my headphones. So I wasn't able to hear all of that. I apologize. But if I understood correctly, if I heard what I think I heard, which is you agree with me, but I'm too passive. I'm not, or I don't seem like I'm upset enough. And too many others are also taking this, what seems like, too casually. I think that's kind of what you were saying. And I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but that's what I thought I heard, or the theme of it. Because you're very concerned about if this moves forward, then Trump probably loses and our system fails. And if it fails, we become like any other nation, and that means the world suffers. If I understood you correctly, that's what I understand you said.
Right.
Now, I understand that fear, but the fear is always going to be there because the fear never goes away. It's a valid fear, but the only way to fight that fear isn't to radically change the system or to radically change the way we address these problems. We keep going down. The reason why we've done so well is our system inherently is the best at dealing with this. We just have to actually use the system and not be influenced by things like TV shows, like TV editors and opinions of the social media giants and their restrictions. We as individuals have to hold each and every politician accountable. The American people need to be involved. And that's the correction. The average American has to be involved and say, this was too much. Because if they don't, then it doesn't matter. Because we've already lost. We need the American people to be involved and say, and they have been. Again, the bump of the support for Donald Trump has been increased, not decreased, by this decision and these developments. We have more people who are getting involved in the election process, more people who are looking at the details, and more people who are saying this is corrupt and this is a problem. That's a good thing. It actually has a positive benefit that may or may not be conveyed in the election. Can't say for sure. I think, yeah, Trump wins, and I do think this gets fixed, but maybe not. But I think the fact that we have more people paying attention, more people involved, more people questioning what's happening in our elections, in the registrations, in our legal system, the influence of political organizations on every aspect of our lives, the more that we have that, the better our potential to fix and find our way out of this while being as great a nation as we can be. Everything else makes us just like every other nation, and every other nation sucks. And every other nation is less free. And that means we become more authoritarian, more authoritative. And if we go, and if that happens, every country loses its faith in America. Every country calls our debt. We become a banana republic almost immediately. So we have to go through this system. We have to fix it in our system. Otherwise, we will, in becoming just like every other country, every weakness, every problem America has explodes and it destroys us.
Yeah, Michael, they're all it's all valid points which you spelled out there. And I would, again, I don't want to use the word perfect world. I don't want to get you mad. I agree with you. Like, that would be great if this works out. It's illuminated to the Democrats and all on the wrong side of history. But I think it's unfortunately, I think the train has left the station. But I've listened to, and it would be great what Michael Voss just laid out to everyone. I think is spot on, and I want it to pan out the way you said it. But I'm having difficulty with it now, and I'm an astute observer of politics, and I think we're going to be really in the danger zone July 11th. Right now, we're like on the other side. He hasn't been sentenced to jail, but the likelihood is he's going to, and I think that changes everything. What that is, it's every billboard, Michael, on I-95 and everywhere else in the country, convicted jail felon, convicted. There's going to be a lot of, oh, the system's really corrupt. I agree with you there, but there's also a sizable amount of the American population that's going to say, wow, we could never vote for somebody that's in jail, a convicted felon, even though you and I and the rest of your audience and my audience know that it was a kangaroo court. These are valid and major concerns. I know you probably don't see it like I do, and that's fine. This is America. I hope it pans out the way you're describing. I hope it does, really hope it does. But I think we may be in a little bit more dangerous territory than that.
Well, that's the bet that the Democrats have made, that the progressives have made. They're counting on people going, low information voters who are not involved and not becoming active, that they're going to vote and say, well, he's convicted, so therefore he must be guilty, therefore I'm not going to vote for him. Or not vote at all. That's what they're hoping for. That's not been what's been happening. They're actually getting the exact opposite result. But you're right. The risk is that a bunch of people either don't vote or they're low information voters and they go with just the headline that they see. And I see that all the time. They're going to go with, oh my God, well, it's MAGA. They don't even understand that MAGA means make America great again. That is an inherently, absolutely positive statement if you understand the English language. But they say MAGA because that they can demonize. That's why it is demonized, why they use it as a negative, as a pejorative against people. You're MAGA. That's a good thing. Are you MAGA? Yes, I am. Donald Trump, he's a felon. He's convicted. Well, what is he convicted of, actually? What did he do, actually? What is that? And they're counting on people not asking the question. What is the thing that makes America a truly great nation? The public ask questions. That's the First Amendment right there. That's what makes us different than almost every other country in the world. We ask questions of our politicians, of each other, of people in power. We ask questions and we demand answers. So that's why I say it can result in positives, but it will be difficult. And we have to go that risk. There is no way to fix this without going through the existing system, without taking the risk. Because every other path diminishes America. It takes away freedom. The net result at the end of the day is a loss of freedom. And that is the risk. But the greatest rewards have the greatest risk with them. I truly believe that.
Well, we're certainly going to find out this November, and I hope what you're saying is correct. But I have to look at the big picture, Michael. And the big picture to me is if Donald Trump goes through all this, gets jailed, and loses in November, then he's going to be on, a little paragraph on page 33 of the New York Times by the end of this year in December. He's going to be forgotten. He's going to be going to jail. The legacy media will just kind of X him out of American history. Those are my concerns, and they are legitimate. Your concerns and what you put across elegantly is also legitimate. When we have the likes of, say, Hakeem Jeffries, responded to one of his posts today where the vitriol against MAGA is unbelievable. And from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden treating us like demons on the MAGA side. How do you reach out and get any cooperation? And how do you think the courts, I know you want to run through the system, how do you think we get by this? I don't think we don't. I don't have all the answers, Michael, but I think we're headed at a really dangerous juncture in American history.
We are in a dangerous junction in American history. Absolutely. You're absolutely correct on that. But it's how we handle it. That's the key. How do we handle it? And I think that's the unpredictable part. But I don't think there's no way that Donald Trump becomes a sideline or a side note in history. He may be, for the next 4 years, if he loses. The next 4 years, will they downplay him? To an extent, sure. But he will never. He's been too influential as a president that his place in history is guaranteed. It's just a matter of who's the winner at the end of the day, and we really won't see the way history will look at him for another 20, maybe 40 years. We're our image as an example of Nixon and the successes of Nixon and the failures of Nixon are only now kind of becoming apparent to most people. The failures of JFK are only kind of becoming apparent to many people today. We're talking about 4 decades, 5 decades for these guys. That's the way to look at history. The short term always looks far more turbulent than the long term. Not to say that there aren't bumps in the road, there aren't dips and hills and valleys along the way, but what seems like a very extreme thing today, looking back on it in hindsight, may not be as quite extreme. And I think, while yes, this is a big deal, given time, and if I am correct that the American people pay attention and get involved, and they are, then this will not be as precipitous. It's not going to be a cliff dive. We're not going to jump off a cliff and smash into the consequences. It'll be still a steep hill difference. We'll come away from this. I'm trying to think of the way to explain this the best way, because I envision it. It's kind of like a hill, and you have a cliff, and you have a hill with a steep decline. Both of them are going to get you. The peak of the hill or the top of the cliff is the most danger possible. Everything after that is decreasing danger. And if we're going off the hill, if Trump gets elected, if we see people involved, if we reconfirm the Constitution, our rights and our freedoms and our systems, then we're going to step down from this dangerous place that we're in. It'll be steep, but not as crazy. If we fail, that's the cliff drop. I'm trying to give you a visual to understand what I'm saying here. I don't know if that came across right, but we're talking live, so sometimes it's a little difficult to give you visuals there. But I think I have faith in the American people, not in the political parties. I don't have faith in the Democrats or the Republicans or the Libertarians or anyone else. I don't have faith in the establishment. I don't have a faith in that. That would be the news media. I don't have faith in them. I question all of them. That's what this channel is about. That's what the First Amendment is about, to challenge them. Absolutely. But I have faith in the American people at large. Not any one small group of them, not a sector of them, but that's why we see equity. Equity is meant to divide us, to constantly pit us against each other based on color, on sex, on skin, on weight. There will always be an extra division point if you're going by equity, because equity is meant to divide, to dehumanize, and to divide the American people. And if they can do that, the more divided you become, the easier it is to conquer. The easier it is to take over, to make people comply, because you feel like you're alone, you're isolated, you have no power. I believe in the exact opposite. The American people together are massively powerful, which is why they need equity, to try and break us apart, to break up the American dream, the American ideal, the concept of being an American. I'm not a African American. I'm not. I got nothing to do with Africa. I'm an American, period, full stop. That's what I am. And if you have to put some other descriptor on there, some people will go, well, you're a Black American or a Hispanic American. Fine. But I'm an American, full stop. And that's the important part. And I think we're getting, a large part of America is getting closer to that ideology, that understanding, and that unification. And if we get that, we save our country.
Right. And Michael, let me add one more thing. I don't want to monopolize your time, but I was at an event yesterday with Scott Presler for voter registration. He was here just outside of Philadelphia in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I spent a couple hours there. And I do firmly believe what you said about it's the American people. That is the backbone of the country. And that's who's going to ultimately change things. And it was heartwarming to see the people coming out, whether white, Black, Hispanic, or whatever, people that want to get engaged in the process. And that's where we really have to go. And this is where I think our party has to go, getting the vote out there and getting into the ground game seriously. And I got to say one thing about Scott Presler. Man, I never seen a guy with so much energy in my life. I watched him there closely for a couple hours, Michael. And that guy really, he does some pretty great things. It's a shame that he hasn't gotten more backing from the RNC, in finances and expanding his operation. But I guess that would be another show. But I do have faith in the American people, and I wish I had faith in the whole process that it will work out. But I do ultimately, and I do believe what you said for the last few minutes, that the American people are the backbone, and we the people, we can make change. We can make change happen.
No, that's the key. I can't speak to Scott Presler. I have heard the name. I don't remember the campaign. But I have heard. He
does a lot of voter registration. Has a couple million followers on Twitter, and he's been very active the last couple of years in that whole process, getting people registered to vote nationally.
Yeah, I've heard his name before, even a year ago. So I know of him. I'd have to look and refresh my memory. But then again, I follow a lot of people, so I'm different. But he may be of interest, and people can definitely check him out, and I have no problem. People should look him up and find out more about them for themselves. If I ever speak to him, maybe I'll do an interview with him. He can reach out to me if he wants to about that. But I do believe the American people are the core. They're the key. They are the correction. The system, we can always change aspects of the system. The core of the system is the core of the American people. And I truly believe if we have the American core, we have the core of what it is to be an American, we have the core of the Constitution. If those things are preserved, we can work through everything else. That's why I'm so opposed to equity, because there is no core in equity. There is no core to intersectionality, to the socialism and the progressivism. There is no core to that. And that is why it's so destructive. But America isn't. America is constructive. It is beneficial. We just need to give ourselves a chance for that.
I hear you. Listen, Michael, it's a great discussion today. We really we hashed out a lot of stuff here. You can see that I'm very, very concerned about the state of our nation and where we're going, and I know you are too. And I'd like to hear your input. And I tell you, Michael, if you laid the blueprint out, if things can happen that way, and people can see, and it's been illuminated what the other side is doing with lawfare and whatnot, then we will make it through this growth period. It's just that I'm not too optimistic at this point. I hope things change in the coming months, and obviously we'll see ultimately what the voter decides this November. And we hope the country can move forward. And I know 2028 is pivotal, and I know you're rightfully saying that, hey, I'm more concerned about 2028. You're right. I'm concerned about the future, too. And let's just hope everything moves forward. But, Michael, it's been great talking to you, and I'll certainly be in touch with you again.
Absolutely. I thank you for calling in, Matthew.
Okay. Bye.
All right. So, folks, as you were hearing, that was Matthew J., who called in. Again, he has the Matthew J. Show. And as I mentioned when he first called in, one of the other individuals who were leaving a comment, John Cordisco, he also has a channel. Matthew J. has a channel. And I invite you to check out their channels and hear what they have to say. I don't mind competition. I don't mind people hearing different voices, different concepts. Like I mentioned, my friend Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian. I definitely invite you, look him up, see some of the things he says. Some of all of us agree to certain ideas and certain points, and we disagree to certain ideas and certain points. And that's okay, because that's America. No one should be 100% anything. There should always be questions, and there should be always the ability to debate and to discuss these ideas. I truly do believe in America. I truly do believe that if we embrace the values of America, of the Constitution, of free speech, and we reject the progressive socialist ideology, the feelings over facts kind of ideology, the seductive pull that we see from the progressives that try and entice us with, oh, don't you feel like this? Feel like me. Feel great. Feel with free stuff. We're going to... There's always candy. They're always trying to entice you. They're always trying to turn you away from what is the core that has made America great, and the greatest nation, in my view, the greatest nation in the world. And I think if we have these conversations, we recognize how great America is and how much greater it can be, and that saves us. I truly believe that. Now, I know there was a couple of comments there. Hal, I do see your comments there. I think most of what you were saying has been covered by the conversation I was having with Matthew J. If not, that's okay. We can address it in the future. The Real Slim Shady over on Rumble, that's a YouTube link. I don't hit YouTube links while I'm doing the show. I won't look at that. So whatever you put up there, good chance that it might get deleted because I don't look at links when I'm doing a show. Especially if I don't know where it goes to, or even if it's not going back to something that's relevant to what I'm talking about. Lynn, thank you for your comments about George Floyd. I love the support. Ms. Berry says that she loves Scott Pressler, which we were talking about at the very end when I was speaking with Matthew. So sounds like she's a fan of his and she knows more about him than I do. Well, thank you, Ms. Berry, for one, being part of my audience, and to leave your comment about Scott. It gives me a reason to look him up and see more about him. And again, I'm open to having him on as a candidate. In fact, as I said, tomorrow at 7 a.m., you'll be able to see my interview with Gonzalo Duran, who's part of the Bronx Conservative Party. He's running against Richie Torres, a Democrat, in the New York 15th congressional race. I often have candidates of every party, first-time candidates, repeat candidates, and elected officials, and I will interview them all if they will accept to come onto the program. So I'm not against doing that for Scott Pressler as well. We've been on for about 3 hours. Wow, 3 hours. Now, just for those who are new to the channel, I need to let you know, normally at about 2.5 hour mark, thereabouts, we usually take a small break for about an hour because I need to, one, I have a 13-year-old puppy and he needs to go out. And so he usually makes a little bit of noise right about now to let me know. And two, I want you to have a break, go and get some food, maybe run to the bathroom without having to worry about missing anything. I'm not ending the show, not at all. What we will do is instead, I'm going to go and I'm going to play a previous show. Usually I do interviews or other events that I've covered, and I'm going to play that for you so you can listen to that. I will be back, let's see, it's currently 5:30, so let's say about 6:30. Could be a couple minutes earlier than that, but let's say 6:30. I'll be back on the show, and then we'll pick up on the domestic, because I know there are more questions about the Trump mistrial, which I definitely want to address. There's the unemployment in the United States, the economy, which you've been lied to. The mainstream media has one impression they want you to get about the Bidenomics and the American economy right now. And then there's the actual data. There is the reality of what is going on. Part of it you can see when you go to the store, but part of it is what we're seeing, as like what we're seeing in California, which I want to talk about as well, is what happens when you have minimum wage. We've talked about that before. Now we have even more data that confirms what I've been saying for years, literally for years, that we promise you this is what was going to happen, and it's happening. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We'll also talk about our predictions with the vice president. I have that lined up as well, and I wanted to also talk about, there was something else that I had seen in the news. Well, when we get back, we'll try and cover all of those things. So give me about an hour. I'll take my dog out. I'll grab something to eat. I'll drink some of my coffee, and then I'll have my energy back, and I'll come right back, and I'll, of course, take your calls, take your tweets, take all of your messages and your super chats if you wish to do that, and we'll have that conversation, because that's what America's about. And we'll be right back, folks. No, wrong one. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. That's right. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I am happy to be, well, I'm mostly happy to be here with you today because we have some upsetting news. It's amazing what's happening right now. And I'm just setting up my phone in case anyone wants to call in to the phone lines, which are 607-242-1582. And I'm with you today because I want you to understand what you need to do when the left comes for you. When the far left radicals, members of BLM, Citizen Action, progressive leaders of tomorrow, individuals, all the fringe leftist organizations, that when they come for you, and they will, what are you going to do? Because As I just found out just a few minutes ago, tonight, we now have the far left coming after me yet again. And this time they haven't quite gotten to the point of using racial slurs yet, although they do on a regular basis. And we've seen that in videos and live streams where they approach me and they have called me various racial slurs. No, now they're trying to discredit my name. And they're trying to assume something. They're calling me an ist and a phobe because they want to instill fear. They want to try and silence me just like they want to silence you. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about here because I want you to be prepared for this because they don't stop with just me. Just because I'm a black Republican, they think that there's no holds barred and they can scare me like they can scare you into being silent. And the answer to this is not silence, but to stand up and say, I have a First Amendment right. I will speak and I will address everything that you're saying. Let's go back to them and bring it right to their face. And that's why I'm doing this right now. It's not really prepared, but I want to tell you what's going on. Because they have now called me a transphobe. That's right. They've called me a transphobe. They've called me a racist. They tell me that I'm Uncle Tom. They're using all of these things because they want me to be silent, because they want me to be submissive, because they have no actual argument, because they have nothing but fear and intimidation that they can use and threats of physical violence. And they think that that will win their day and make everyone back down and do what they want. That won't work with me. That's never going to work with me. And we need to stand up against that as a community. That doesn't mean you have to become a Republican or a Libertarian or a conservative. You can be a Democrat. You can be a moderate Democrat. You can be a progressive, or you can be any position. I don't care what you want to be. You can be any type of human being. That doesn't mean you have to agree, but it also doesn't mean that you get to instill fear into others and to threaten them and say, well, here's the problem. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about here, because we're seeing this happen right now with Steven Crowder. He's now being canceled by YouTube. He's being canceled by Facebook. He is having the major news media out there attack him, calling him everything under the sun, not because he actually did anything, but because they are alleging that. So what happened for me? Well, I'll show you the document that I just received, or actually just became notified of. This is on Facebook. It is public information. No one is being doxxed. These are their documents. And in this document, they're saying that I have filed an appeal to get a transgender candidate disqualified for the Binghamton School Board. And that's not the answer. That's actually not what happened. The fact that the individual, Cecil Hopkins, is transgender has nothing to do with why I actually put in the challenge. In fact, I told you exactly why I put in the challenge when I told you on May 4th. I publicly disclosed all of the documents and the reason why. In fact, if we want to, we can go back to the actual video, the live stream on Facebook on April 20th, when there was the smoke out, the BLM Plot Citizen Action sponsored event that was being used by Cecil Hopkins and members of these groups to try and take advantage of individuals who were mentally impaired because of the mind-altering substances, the drugs they were taking at the time, to use those individuals to be able to get signatures and get Cecil Hopkins onto a school board. I've said this all publicly as recently as May 4th. I haven't hidden anything. I have not hidden from anyone about anything that I have done. I have made it very public. In fact, I have shown the public the documents, the challenge that I have made to the Commissioner of Education for the state of New York. I came out and gave everyone that information. I showed everyone that. It is a public document. And in there, you will find absolutely nothing that mentions anyone's sex or sexuality or their gender or their skin color, because I don't care. None of those things are actual factors. They're not important. They're important to members of the far left. They're important to individuals who want to use someone's gender identity, their sex, their sexual preference. They want to use that because they have no character, because their candidates or the individual they're trying to protect has no substance. And so they only have that feeble characteristic to use to try and cause other people, if you oppose them, well, then you must be an ist, you must be a phobe, you must be silent. No, I will not. The challenge is based on the fact that these quasi-political groups and a potential candidate decided that they wanted to use mind-altering drugs, the ability that individuals were under the influence of mind-altering drugs to be able to win an election, to gain access to an election. And I think that's dishonest. And according to New York state law, it is illegal, as far as I understand, and that is the basis of my challenge. It is illegal because these individuals cannot give consent. And do we really want anyone in our schools teaching our kids, being part of a school board or any elected office, and these individuals are willing to use all these means, which I believe are illegal, to try and get a win? Is that the type of character that we want teaching our children, to leading our government? Now, you have every right to, you can call in at any time at 607-242-1582. This is public. And you can also go on to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, DLive, and you can leave a comment and say, Mike, whatever you want to say, because I believe in the First Amendment. And I don't believe in demonizing someone because they have an opinion. And I don't want you to think, oh, well, I can't say anything because it's Mike's show. You can call right in. And I want them to. I've been asking every week for years for these groups to come on and actually speak to the public. But I tell you what, I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to be afraid, and I'm not going to let them just call me a ist and a phobe. And again, I will show you exactly what they are saying because they are seeking to try and make you afraid. I am not afraid. What do they say? I'm sharing these documents with permission. They are public documents. They are available to everyone in the public. It is a public document. Every challenge is, just as petitions are. There is no need for permission. Some local transphobes, okay, so instantly they have gone to the point of labeling someone that they do not know, and they have no reason to understand anything about this person, and they're saying that they are a local transphobe. How do you know that? You don't know me. You know nothing about me. You know nothing about my life, but you're using a label because you're trying to use emotions to scare people, either into being silent or to be able to get people to be emotionally upset, to say, oh my God, this is such an evil person. Oh, and here we go. And here come the people right now. I want you to see this, folks. So the first comment is from Amira Zakan Stern. You're absolutely disgusting to be this cruel. I am not targeting anyone on their race, their gender, their sexual preference, their body type, their color of skin, their religion. Please show me the proof where I have done that, Amira. I'm not telling you that you can't have your opinions. I'm asking you a very simple question. Show me the proof why I have done that. I have the legal documents. I will be happy to provide them to you. They are public documents. There is not a single statement in there about anyone's sexuality, their gender, their anything. I am talking about the actions of an individual seeking an election that used other individuals who are under the influence of drugs, a Schedule 1 drug, which is a mind-altering substance according to the DEA. Please tell me what's disgusting about that? That this person would use other individuals and their lack of consent to be able to get into an election? That is disgusting to me, Amira. But if you think that that is not the case, if you can show, please explain, since you don't know who I am, you know nothing about me, please explain why you think I am being cruel. because I've made a challenge against a candidate that you like? Guess what? Challenges happen all the time. Every candidate gets challenges. That's nothing new. That's normal process. People do that all the time. And if there is a legal standing, what's wrong with that? Yes, I have taken my challenge to the Commissioner of Education of New York State because no one has ever made the challenge I am making ever before. And it needs to be reviewed. We need to understand whether someone can be under the influence of drugs or alcohol and still able to consent to a vote or to give a signature on a petition. And I'm not afraid to stand here and say, I don't think that they should. I don't care if it's a Republican, a libertarian, a conservative, a Democrat, a progressive, a socialist. I don't care who they are. If they are using people, then I think that's wrong, and that is low moral character. It's unethical, and that should not be someone who should be allowed to be able to get onto a ballot by that means. By the way, Amira, and those who are watching, I haven't stopped anyone from getting elected. I said those petitions are subject to withdrawal. They need to be removed. They should not be counted because they were done illegally, as I understand the law and the citation of law. So if she gets enough signatures beyond that, which I don't know she has, or he has, whatever Cecil is, then guess what? They get to get on the ballot, and you still get to vote, regardless of whether my challenge stands or not. If my challenge doesn't stand, then she's on the ballot. You get to vote. I haven't stopped anyone from voting for her. I am telling the public about what tactics were used to get onto the election. I am asking people the question, do you believe that someone who would use these tactics should be teaching your children and in charge of the school board? So Amira, if you have a question, if you want to tell me why you think that's disgusting, please go right ahead, because I'm not stopping you from commenting. Hello, Tony. Because I believe in the First Amendment. I'm taking you on, guys. Plot, you want to come after me? BLM, you want to come after me? If you want to be racist, you want to try and label me, you want to use slurs, fantastic. I'm going to tell everyone what you did. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to back down. And that's the thing we need to do as a community. We don't back down to these bullies when they try and use names and slurs to try and silence you into submission so that they get their will. No, I'm sorry. I'm not that person. That's not going to happen. You think I'm afraid? No, I'm not. So let's go a little bit further here. And please, I'm looking forward to people's comments. Tell me what you think. If you think I'm a phobe, go right ahead. Let me know what you think. It's not the first time that I'll be hearing it. So again, this post, which is up live now, I just got notified about it. So they are going out and saying some local transphobes. I'm the only one I know of that's made a challenge, but maybe there are other people. Again, they don't know who we are. They don't know anything about us. They want to label you. Have taken it upon themselves to file 2 petitions and an appeal to have Cecil Hopkins' candidacy challenged for the upcoming Binghamton City School Board election. Yeah, that's right. I did, and that is my right as a United States citizen, as a member of the Binghamton School Board, as anyone in any school board election can do in every state in 50 states, and happens on a regular basis. It is part of the process. Again, petitions, challenges to petitions are not new. They happen in every race, at every level of government. So I haven't done anything unusual or different than what happens in every single race. Now, let's see what else they have to say. Their claim is that the requisite signatures from residents were attained without proper consent, as the signatories were intentionally intoxicated with mind-altering psychoactive drugs. Yes, that's right, because I believe that. These are all signatures from April 20th at the Weed Smoke Out that was promoted by BLM and by Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, also with the help of Citizen Action and other left-wing groups, as reported by the news media. And during that event, when people were high, Cecil Hopkins and those groups promoted Cecil Hopkins, and Cecil Hopkins was there themselves at the event and then solicited people for their votes as they were high, which is illegal in New York State, if I understand the law correctly. Yes, that is exactly what I did. Here's my face. My name is Michael Vasquez. I go by Michael Voss. If you have a problem with that, I'm on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, DLive. I'm on all social media. Go right ahead and tell me why you think that's the case. I'm not afraid. I'm not backing down. That's the challenges that I made. Tony says, wow, I might have missed something. You just gave the very definition of a terrorist. Use a threat or to make a change. Yes, they are using terroristic tactics. BLM, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, possibly members of Citizen Action, the far left. These are terroristic tactics to scare people into being silent, to force them through intimidation to submit against someone's will. And you know what? It's not going to work with me. Because nothing about the challenge that I have made public for everyone to see. Again, I filed this and I told people about this. On May 4th, I went over and showed all the documents that I filed on this. This is not new. I have filed and shown people and put up on all social media exactly everything that I said about this challenge and what was going on in the entire process with the school board. It's all public. It's all been public, and it's been public since April 28th. You know what changed between April 28th and today, May 12th? Because I'm going to tell you, folks, the difference is I'm winning. They are afraid that my challenge is going to go through because the law does stand, at least as I understand it, the law stands on my side. Someone who is intoxicated, someone who is on mind-altering drugs like marijuana, individuals who are drunk cannot give consent according to New York state law, and therefore they should not be able to sign a petition. The law, as I understand it, stands on my side. They're afraid. And because they're afraid, they're going to lose power. They're going to lose the ability to be able to control the direction of our children and what they're going to be taught in schools, whether or not those children are going to be taught intersectional critical race theory, something that's been made illegal in North Carolina. Now that they think that they will be stopped and they won't be able to get more power, now they want to come out and go, oh my God, it's some kind of it's some kind of phobe, and you have to be afraid. You have to be scared. And by the way, Samantha, I do see, thank you for the clapping. Well, guess what? I'm not afraid. And if the candidate, in this case, Cecil Hopkins, if Cecil has character and is beyond that, fantastic, Cecil should win. If Cecil does not, then Cecil should not win. That's what I'm willing to say. But to try and use their translation, because there is no translation. I said exactly what I said. It's in the documents. I have a live stream from April 20th when I said it live. I've said it since then. They didn't have a problem saying anything before then, before today, because they thought they could still win. Now that they know they can lose, it's a challenge they don't believe they can win, that they're going to lose power. Now they say, oh, well, let's cancel Mike. We have to scare people. We have to terrify them. We have to call him an ist and a phobe. And we have to tell people that he's not black, because they've said that before. They've called me an Uncle Tom before. They've told people that I'm not the kinfolk of them because I'm not skinfolk like everyone. You know, these are the racist, paranoid statements that they make. And they want to translate that to say, and their translation is that they're saying that voters were given a date drug with weed. No, I'm saying that the DEA has weed, marijuana, pot, listed as a Schedule 1 drug with psychoactive properties, that it is mind-altering. It causes depression in some people and other, in the inability of a person to be in the right state of mind. That's what the United States government says about it. That is what the New York State says about it. Whether you are legally able to take the drug in doesn't mean that it doesn't have an effect. You can't drive while high. That is a fact. In every state that has legalized marijuana, you can't drive while high. They didn't tell anyone that on April 20th, but I'm telling you, and I've said it since and before. I said it when Colorado made weed legal, and there were 300% increase in the number of driving while intoxicated arrests. We've seen that in every state. So yeah, it's like you can drink, but if you're drunk, that's illegal. Guess what? You can smoke, but if you're intoxicated, that's illegal. So I want to make sure that people know what's going on. So they're saying that this is what I said. Well, what I said is what's in the legal documents, the documents that I have shown the public multiple times, because I'm not afraid, because I made this clear and declared it publicly. So when Plot and other members of the radical far left want to go up there and say, hey, you just don't know. Let me tell you about this. It's secret. It was a secret. No, it wasn't. It's public documents. I have a video on it. Again, I have a video from May 4th on this, going over exactly what I did. No one's been hiding. They just thought they could win. And they thought that no one would notice. Guess what? People are aware. They know of the tactics that you're willing to use, which I believe are unethical. And I think they are of low quality, low moral quality. And that anyone who would use those tactics of any party, whether you're right or left or center, it doesn't matter. And I don't care about your gender, your color, your religion, your sexual preferences. Those are all issues for you, not me. I don't care. And those are the reasons why, yes, anyone who would do this, anyone who would do what has been done here, to use people like this, yes, I would challenge them, and everyone should challenge them. It's your choice, though. I haven't told anyone you can't. No one said you can't vote for Cecil. Sure you can if you want to. If that's what you believe, that's the type of character that you want to see on your school boards. And this is an argument that's happening across the nation, folks. This is a conversation about cancel culture. This is a conversation about education and our kids. Think about this. This is the type of person that is going onto our school board. Not their sexuality, not their color of skin, not their sexual preference, not their gender preference. The person that would use another human being while they are unable to give consent, that they would use people in that position, that they would use people to gain more power. That's the problem. That's the challenge. And that's the question you should ask. And it doesn't matter whether they're male, female, trans, gay, straight, white, black, Asian, Hispanic. I don't care. They can have polka dots. It doesn't matter to me. They can identify as a toaster. I could care less. It means nothing. What means something is the character that says, I'm willing to do anything to win. I don't think that's someone who should teach our children. I don't think that's someone who should be on our school board. I don't think that's someone who should be elected to any office. Now, you can tell me, folks, that you think I'm wrong, but I want you to be very clear on this. When someone wants to come and attack my character, fantastic. I'm going to defend it. If you're going to try and get a bunch of BLM fanatics and the progressive leaders of tomorrow, fanatics running around this city, the southern tier of New York, to try and scare me, go for it. I'm not scared. I'm here. I'm putting up my face. You didn't mention my name. I'll mention it because it's in the legal documents. I'm the one who submitted them. My name is, again, Michael Vasquez. I use Michael Voss. That is my legal alias with the federal government. Do you have a question for me? because we saw Amira came up and said, "You're disgusting." Guess what, Amira? I don't know who you are. I could care less what your opinion is about something you don't understand because you didn't read the document. You didn't read what I actually said. You're listening to what someone else is telling you that you should think. Someone's manipulation of your emotions and saying, well, that must be a transphobe, because it couldn't be that someone is upset that a human being, a candidate, is abusing their power and using people so that they can get more power. No, it couldn't possibly be that's my objection, because, gee, don't we all have an objection of someone using other human beings for their own benefit? See, that's where I'm upset. That's the thing that gets me. But if you think you're going to call me a trans, an ist, a phobe, and I'm going to run away, I'm going to be like, oh my God, they just called me a name again, that they're trying to intimidate me again, because these individuals have tried to intimidate me in person at speeches. It didn't work then. It's not working now. Tony mentions ideology and moral values are playing a large part in this. Well, I'm not saying that people can't have an ideology. I'm not saying that you can't be on the far left. See, this is the thing that they like to do. You're trying to make it seem like something when it's not. I've never said, oh, you can't be part of the left. Sure you can. Go right ahead if that's what you want. You want to be a socialist? Go ahead. You want to be a communist? Go right ahead. It's America, United States government. You have the right to be whatever you want to be. I don't care. You want to call yourself a toaster? Fantastic. Go ahead and do it. I don't care. That's your life. Do what you want to do with it, as long as you don't harm other individuals, as long as you're not breaking the law, as long as you're not abusing other human beings so that you get what you want. There's a line. I have a line. It's a very clear line. I think most human beings agree with that line. But when you call them out for that, when you call out the left for that, then they respond with, you're an ist, you're a phobe. Remember when Senator Tim Scott goes out and he gives the Republican response to Joe Biden's speech. And they decided, when he said America's not inherently racist, they said, well, let's prove him wrong. And they called him an Uncle Tim because they are inherently racist. I've had members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. I've had members of Plot, BLM and Plot and the far left, that they have threatened me in the past. They have called me an Uncle Tom. They have called me all kinds of racist slurs. And now they're using this individual who is using an alias here, Rod Erick, who I believe may in fact be Rick Glass, who I believe I know that real world person's identity. They're trying to now label me as a transphobe. Well, here I am. And the most you can say is you don't agree. Okay, I don't agree with your candidate. And that's a right I have. I am not required to vote for your candidate because your candidate has a certain skin color, because they have a certain sexual preference, because they have a certain birthright, or they have a certain preference of anything. In fact, I'm only required to vote for people that I believe in. And I don't believe in people who use other human beings to get on a ballot. And I don't think that's the kind of person that should teach children or be in charge of the education of children. And if you think that's a problem, go right ahead and tell me why. If you think that's perfectly good, go ahead and tell me why. Here it goes. Thank you for calling. Well, 1 second. Here you are. Thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm Michael Voss. May I ask who's speaking?
Hey, Mikey, it's Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Yeah, I was listening to your conversation there. And, one of the things that I was going to say is that, you're talking about the identity politics and the way that basically they go into this, defensive, oh my gosh, how could you possibly, have an objection or opinion due to the fact of an individual's identity. Mm-hmm. And, the racism and the sexism that these groups and these individuals embrace is beyond what you can even would accept if any other individual use that who was a man or white. You saw one of the protests or the rally there where they were getting, everybody all, jacked up and high, and then had them sign the paperwork.
Their own people. I want to be very clear. As shown in a live stream that appeared on April 20th on Facebook, their own people, members of BLM and Plot, stated themselves that they were getting contact highs. This is a person who self-identified as being a sober individual. They were getting a contact high from the air because of so much of these drugs in the air. So yeah, it was a highly influential event. I just want to make sure that's clear, and people can see the Facebook video is available. But go on.
Yeah, you definitely should, I'll put that on the notes. But the other thing too is that the individual who, was there standing, I believe it was a black woman who basically made sure that her identity, was pretty much screamed out, saying, this is what I am. And not only did she actually say, who she is and what she is, but because of the gender, she identified as, and also the race, she put it as being, having then, a superior position and an idea that had to be obeyed by everybody who was listening to her.
The video actually says in it, to be clear, the woman, I don't know her name, stated, well, I'm a black woman. You've been taught when a black woman speaks, you do what I say. There are no questions. Just do what I say because I said so. That's what she says in the video, which is available on Facebook, and we have it on YouTube as well, so people can see it for themselves. And the link will be in the video description after we get done, and I'll put it up so you can see the 1.5-hour video for yourself, live streamed as it was live streamed, as it exists right now on Facebook. Go on.
And yeah, and so now you have an objection of a person who identifies as a woman, a man, a transgender who now identifies as a woman, now is trying to embrace that power that is, sought by the woman, because, she declared, black and a woman, you got to listen to, everything they say. And now that person, now possesses that power now to tell you what you should say and what you should do and how you should actually vote and proceed.
You know what? I'll say this. Honestly, I don't care about that. If you can be trans, you can be a woman, gay, straight, male, I don't care. I could care less. And if you want to say, you should listen to me because I have a certain skin color, because I have a certain gender, because I have a certain sexual preference, and if I say you should listen to me because of that, and if you are dumb enough to say, okay, I will do what you say because of your skin color, because of the sex you were born with or had medicine change on you, if those are the reasons why you're willing to follow someone, then, more power to that other individual, because you should never do that. There should be at least a reason, a character, some mission, something. But if that's what you want to do, fantastic. And I'm not saying they can't do that, but I am saying that to take it one step further and use people while they are on a drug, as scheduled from the DEA in the document, you can see it there, that I put out legally to the Commissioner of New York, Commissioner of the Education of New York. It's a DEA Schedule 1 drug, and it is still illegal to use someone without their consent. So there's where my problem is. I could care less. Honestly, if they can demand anything. Plot can say, well, you're white, so you're guilty, and they can say that all day long. Doesn't mean I have to agree. They can say white people should apologize. It doesn't mean I have to agree. They could say that people who are anything but black have to submit to black people. They can say it all day long. I'm not going to agree. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and another point to be made here is that the point of the argument, where you're bringing attention to, kind of really should be more on the spotlight. I mean, you have somebody who, is more, trying to spin out of the defensive-ness of what really they're promoting. And, you have a candidate, who's going for the school board, who's now, in a spotlight of promoting, drugs, among individuals who are now looking up to this individual in some form of way. Wants to be a role model.
Yeah. What are we teaching our kids? What are we teaching our kids?
What are we doing?
That this person will use power, they will get power by making other people drunk or intoxicated. Oh, so that's a lesson I should learn for life? You think that's going to have some problem with dating? Maybe. Is it a bad lesson?
Well, it's not even that. I mean, just the simple intoxication and usage of drugs, and then just the overall, lax, attitude towards that is something, I think. I mean, if you're thinking about what you want best for your kids, I mean, that's the last place where what direction you want to go in it,
I agree.
That's simply.
I think it's a horrible direction. And, and that's why I'm on right now with the public. Because if they're going to attack me publicly, if they're going to try and end around and try and destroy my character, try and destroy my name, they're going to do this to you too. They're coming after you next. I spoke up. What about the day when can you imagine this, Jason? That one day they're going to come, say you have a business and they say, well, you have to give me a discount because you're white, I'm black, so you have to give me a discount. If you say no, well, then we're going to go online and we're going to call you a racist. How about they go into a store, and we've seen this happen before, where they say, oh, well, it took you longer to serve me. Even though there was a line, I should have been served ahead of the white people, they'll say. And if you don't, well, then it's because you're racist, or because you're a transphobe, or because you're against gays. They're going to use all these terms against you, and it's going to be you next. Please send other people this video. Let them make up their mind for themselves. Look at the links that I'm going to be attaching to this, because next time it's going to be you. Does that make sense, Jason? Do you understand where I'm coming from with that?
No, I absolutely do. And quite frankly, the only difference between our area and our school district and our city is a simple fact is that, fortunately right now, we are not completely run by progressives. But in my, outlook on the city and the school board, I mean, the school board, election very possibly could go completely to the left. And then maybe even, and then, potentially, eventually, within a year, the same thing could happen to the council and also the mayor. And at that point, when they do show up to, a business, and they do say, that to somebody, guess what? You have one choice. Either do what they say or you shut your shop down, And, that's what a lot of people in these progressive cities have to do. They got to leave, And so, I mean, it's really, that's why your show is so important, is basically get the word out in the message, not to educate people, to understand exactly what, the future holds for us.
Oh, no. And I guarantee you they're going to be taking screenshots of what I've been saying. They're going to try and chop up the video to try and make it seem like something else. Let me be very clear with people. I'm not saying you can be gay, straight, trans, white, black, male, female, Asian, Hispanic. You name it, if it's on the face of the earth. And if you are an American citizen and you want to run for an elected office, go for it. I'm happy to allow you to be on this program. I interview candidates for every position of every political preference all the time. I've done that with elected officials as well. I'm not trying to stop you to run for a race. If you're going to use illegal tactics to try and get on an election or to win an election, then yes, I'm going to call you out, regardless of whatever party that you work for. I don't care. We got to hold people to the same standard. And that's not about, and using these tactics to try and discredit someone, to use fear and intimidation against people. You know what? I'm going to call you out for it. And we all should. And I hope people will share this so that other people know. No, the answer is not to back down. It's not to say, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not apologizing. I want this challenge to go through. And if I had the $5,000 for a judge, I'd be in front of New York State courts right now instead of the commissioner of New York. I don't have the money. But otherwise, I'd be making the challenge in courts because this is important. You know what I mean, Jason?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that, a lot of these different, standards need to be upheld.
I think so. And, it's just making sure that we have standards. We need to have standards. And we need to be able to say, we can disagree without everyone. Just because someone disagrees with you, if you're on the left and someone disagrees with you, maybe you want to listen to why they're disagreeing. By the way, Jason, was there anything else you wanted to say before I let you go? Because I want to make sure they may want to call in. I want to give them the opportunity to call in.
Yeah.
I want Cecil to call in. I want Cecil Hopkins to call in. I really, and I swear, I want Cecil Hopkins, the person I am challenging in this to get onto the school board. I want Cecil Hopkins to call in so I can tell Cecil Hopkins to their face or on this phone exactly why I'm against it. Because obviously reading the actual challenge isn't good enough. But I mean, I want to make sure you have a chance for any final thought you had there, Jason.
Nope, that's it.
Jason, I love you, and I thank you for calling into the program and sharing your thoughts. And hopefully I wasn't too, I know I'm amped up right now. I got my adrenaline going because people are calling me a racist and a transphobe and all kinds of stuff.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yep, bye.
So, and again, I will be happy to have Cecil Hopkins on this program. I will do an interview with Cecil Hopkins. I will make it live and have a conversation with Cecil Hopkins in person or by Zoom or by phone and say, hey, let's have a conversation about this. Why am I challenging you from the school board? I will be happy to have that conversation with Cecil at any time that Cecil wants to do it. I am publicly saying it. I have no problem with having Cecil on this program and to have that conversation. And for Cecil to explain to me and to the public and to voters and to parents of children, hey, it's okay to use people who are intoxicated to get ahead in an election. Please explain why that's okay, because that's my question. And if Cecil would like to come on to explain that, I will give Cecil as much time as Cecil needs to explain that question or that situation. Tony mentions, as we get more people from downstate, most of them bring their political and social ideas with them. Binghamton area has been going to hell for a long time. There's a lot of ideology, a lot of very socialist ideology, democratic socialists. We've seen the Democratic Socialists of America, the Ithaca chapter, that just in the summer of fall of 2020 used violence to try and intimidate people who were having a rally that they didn't like. And it was published by the Ithaca newspapers. So that's not a slur, that's a documented fact. And we've covered that on this program many times. Again, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not asking anyone to agree. I'm not telling you that you must vote for or not vote for Cecil. That's your personal decision. I'm telling you why I challenged Cecil. And it's not the reason that they're trying to put up there, because they actually say, why did I do it? Because the signatures were obtained without proper consent, according to New York state law, as I understand it, because the signatures were taken from people who were intentionally intoxicated at an event about becoming intoxicated, and that they were using a mind-altering psychoactive drug as defined by the DEA. That's what I said. So they're trying to do the same thing that they did to Jordan Peterson in that BBC interview, where he says, so you're saying, no, I said what I said. If you don't understand what I said, you need to have a better education, go back to school, get out a thesaurus, get out a dictionary, and look it over, because it was very clearly stated. Very clearly stated. As it said in the challenge given to the Commissioner of New York on March 31st, 2021, recreational marijuana became legal in New York State. That did not change consent laws. It is still illegal to drive while intoxicated. The DEA still lists marijuana as a Schedule I mind-altering psychoactive drug. It is still without consent. And that is a problem. And my big point is that you are next on the list. They're coming after Steven Crowder. We see that they're coming after me. It's not just the big names in the big cities. The really famous people get attacked. No, it's you. I am by no means anywhere in the caliber of a Steven Crowder. I'm nowhere in the category of a Tim Pool or even Gothics, who often gets the same kind of attacks. I'm in nowhere in their category. They have tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people more than I ever reach. But I tell you what, I'm just like you. And if they will attack me, and they will come out and say that I am a racist because they don't like what I have to say about BLM and plot, and because I don't kowtow to their vision of what is a black person, what is a Hispanic person. If they're willing to come after me on that, if they're willing to try and label me as a transphobe because I'm making a challenge about them abusing people, and that isn't a lesson we should have taught to our children, then what is them from stopping attacking you next? And don't think just because you're not white that they're not going to come after you. I'm not white. They're coming after me. And they're making up stories as they do it. There is no, I'm not a transphobe. I don't even have to explain that. I'm not. And there's no proof that I ever have been or that I have ever tried to be. And if they have that evidence, please put it out there. If you have the evidence, I have written over 2 million words in over 15 years in over 2,300 articles. I have over 700 hours of video, over 1,100 videos with 700 hours of video content that I've done over the last decade. I've done speeches at colleges, and I've gone and done public speaking events. I've run for candidacy twice. Guess what? If you have evidence of me being anything, go ahead and prove it. Put it out there. I'm a very public figure. Go and search my name in YouTube, Facebook, Google. Search. Everything I've done is public. If you can show evidence that I've been a racist, that I've been a sexist, I've been a transphobe, anti-gay, whatever it is, please put it out there. Let the public know, because I'll tell you what, I'm not, and it doesn't exist. And I'm not going to let these organizations, these quasi-political organizations that are looking for nothing but power, this is all about their political power. They want to control your life. They want you to do what they say or else. And this is their tactic. This is their cancel culture. This is how they come after you. And you know what? This is me standing up to that saying, I'm not scared. Go for it. Do what you want to do. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to back down. I'm not retracting what I said. I'm not going to retract the challenge I've made. Maybe it passes. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe Cecil wins the election. Maybe Cecil loses. I don't know. But it's not going to change where I am, what I am saying, and what I have said to the public, because I'm not afraid. And we need more people in America to say that. You can disagree all you want. You can have a discussion if you want. But you're not going to scare me into doing what you want. You're not going to intimidate me into doing what you want. And no one in America should have to face that. Let's also make this clear. No one in America should have to face that just because you have a different opinion, because you have a different legal opinion, doesn't suddenly make you evil. It just makes you have a different opinion. Which in America, up until 2020, it seems, was perfectly legal and correct. You have the right, whatever your skin color, whatever your gender, your sexual preference, your religion, whatever you are, you have the right as an American citizen. In fact, by being in America at this point, you have the right to have a difference of opinion. And no one should be able to guilt you into changing that opinion because they don't like it. That's not their right. Tony says, I refer to my other comment about English language and translation to stupidity. They're trying to put words into your mouth. Yes, they are. And they didn't think that I would respond. They didn't think I would have a comment about this, that I would just let them do it because I'm afraid. Aren't you afraid, Mike? Aren't you afraid to say something? Because, Rod Eric and Rick Glass, who I believe are the same person, and I believe that this is individuals who are part of the progressive leaders of tomorrow. That's my belief, that they're out here trying to do this because they're trying to get me silenced. They're afraid. They're terrified that a black man has made a challenge, that this black man has made a challenge that they have no substance to defeat. That their candidate is not strong enough to survive this. Because that's why they call it's transphobia. There's zero evidence that signatories were drunk, high, or otherwise.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for being back with us. That's right. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is 6:20, and I'm happy to be with you on June 9th. We're just back from our break. We've been on for about 3.5 hours, thereabouts, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I didn't mention it earlier. Let me say now, please like, share, subscribe, and of course, I'm always happy to have your comments, whether you're seeing this live and you're commenting in the chat, or if you want to comment after the show, if you're seeing it after it's live. We always look forward, and I read every one of the comments, and I do try to answer as many of them as I can. We appreciate you, and we are only able to do the things we do, like the interview with Gonzalo Duran, which will be out tomorrow, Monday at 7 a.m. That's Gonzalo Duran, who is running for the New York 15th Congressional District. We can only have these kinds of interviews because of your support. I'm going to be going to Freedom Fest 2024. That's right, Freedom Fest 2024. I will be at the event. I will be covering the entire thing. And that is also only because of you, because you subscribe, because many people are on part of my Patreon, which is only $1.50 a month. And now for those who are doing either super chats or because of those who join the memberships on YouTube, which is only $2 a month, then you are what makes it possible for me to do all these different events, because trust me, this all costs a hell of a lot more money than you might imagine. So I did want to mention that. Call it a shilling if you want, but got to try and raise the bills. But more importantly, we want to reach 5,000 subscribers. That's it. That's our goal for the year. Reach 5,000 subscribers. Not 5 million, not 50 million. We just want to get to 5,000 subscribers. It makes a big difference. You'd be surprised how the politicians react. But that being said, we wanted to talk now at the end of the show. At the end of the first break, we were talking with Matthew J. He called in. You too can call in, whether you agree or disagree, or you think there's something that you want to talk about that we haven't talked about. I'm always happy to hear those voices, as long as it's respectful. You can disagree, you can ask me questions. In fact, that is the First Amendment, to ask questions, to question the conversation, the statement of facts, the conclusions. This is what makes America so much different than every other country in the world, where most countries don't have that ability. They can't question their leaders. They can't question the politics of their nation. You can't do that in Iran. If you're a woman in Iran and you learn how to read and write, you might be poisoned in schools, because they do that. That is a fact. If you try and ask questions in Gaza, you might be thrown off of a building, because they do that. And in England, well, as an example of Europe, if you don't use the right words, you might be arrested. You might be fined $50,000 for not saying the right words, for not saying the right thing. See, America is completely different. So please take advantage of that. Leave a comment on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, or Super Chat, or call in at 929-715-8569. I'm happy to have all of that, even if you disagree. I am not Brianna Joy Gray. I'm not going to be pissed off because someone asked me a question about something that I'm talking about that they maybe don't understand. Maybe I haven't explained myself properly. Maybe there's more details that they need. You know what? Brianna Joy Gray, that's our job as political commentary, as members of the press. We are here. We are obligated to the public. That means we answer the public. We respond to the public. And it is our joy, it should be, it is my joy to be able to speak with people and answer their questions and tell them what I think and why I think that and what the news is or is not saying. That's the way it's supposed to be. But people like Brianna Joy Gray think that you owe them something. No, you don't owe us anything. It doesn't matter that I'm black or Latino. It doesn't matter what my sexuality is or my sexual preference is. It doesn't, which happen to be straight and single, but whatever. None of that matters. It's about having the conversation, about presenting the news and understanding it and helping to make America a better nation, to make America great, a inherently positive thing that everyone in every nation would want to make their nation great. Of course you want to do that. And anyone who says that's a horrible thing, that's a bad thing, either they don't understand English or they're not paying attention to the details. You can't say making America great is a bad thing. You just can't. Unless you hate America, and then why are you here? Truly, I would wonder that. But that being said, and pointing out those simple facts, we were talking with Matthew J., and he was asking about the Trump mistrial. We will be talking more about that very shortly to go into some of the details. Now, I talked about it with him to a certain extent. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, about the consequences, how this is shaping up, why there might be a mistrial, why the major news media is shying away from this subject. They really don't want to discuss it. They have to publish it, but they really don't want to. In fact, on Friday, the news came out at 4 p.m., but most of the mainstream news media didn't even touch the story until midday on Saturday. They really wanted to suppress that as much as they could. They can't. And we're going to hear more about it probably on Monday, not because the mainstream media wants to talk about it, but because they have to. Because you and I are having these conversations over the weekend. And they want to fortify the 2024 election. But before we get to talking about Donald Trump, before we get to talking about the mistrial and the 2024 election, let's talk about something that I think is also important that's going to be affecting everyone around the world, and that's the economy. The U.S. economy is critical to every nation. And the fact that America went into a recession in August of 2022 has been having a negative impact on every economy around the world. Now, I know people will say, Mike, but there isn't an official recession going on. We heard that from Joe Biden and all the economists and all the major news media. They all said it's not a recession. That's because they changed the definition of what a recession is in August of 2022, because they didn't want to admit that America was in a recession at that time. They wanted to avoid that. They were trying to hide that from the public. They literally changed the definition, August of 2022. But that's when we went into recession. And we are still in that recession, just like there is still a global food crisis. There is 30% less food in the world today than in 2019. And that is going to continue into 2025. And I don't see that ending anytime soon. At the soonest, maybe 2026. Now, that doesn't mean panic. It doesn't mean freak out. It does mean that the price of food is elevated. That's inflationary. We're going to see higher prices. That's going to continue into at least 2026. The answer, which we have been talking about since February of 2022, is buy 10% more food. That's it. 10% more rice, more canned foods, more prepared foods, more grains, and that will help you out. If you've been listening to this channel since February of 2022 and buying 10% more food, you know for a fact you have saved money. Looking at what it costs when you go to the store, 40% more food, just your food bill, grocery bill alone, is 40% higher today than in February of 2021 under Joe Biden when he first took over. So you're going to be able to save money. And if I'm wrong, if I am wrong, you'll have extra food that you can either donate to the homeless or to veterans. You have extra food for your family and your friends. That's the worst thing that could happen. You have a little extra food. So why not take the precaution, buy 10% more food, long-lasting foods, and you'll be able to help protect your family and your income. But in terms of the United States, what's protecting our income? What's helping us out right now? Well, it surely isn't what we're seeing from the Biden administration. If we're looking at the housing prices, we have seen that housing prices have gone from under 3%, to over, right now we're at 7%. They have more than doubled under the Biden administration. That's Bidenomics for you. Mortgage rates have doubled, literally. That's insane. And that's why so many people find housing unaffordable. Remember the rent's too damn high party? Well, they're making a surge. They're coming back because it is unaffordable. Housing throughout America for many people is completely unaffordable. Whether you're in New York State or not, pretty much any state you go to, people are having the same problem. And that's because Bidenomics has completely failed. In fact, part of the reason why it's failed is we have now returned to Obama levels of unemployment. The unemployment rate that just came out for May was 4%. That is an increase. So we're looking at returning to pre-President Trump levels. Now, yes, Obama did have higher levels. In fact, it got as high as over 10%. And we did come down over time after the recession that the Obama administration brought us into. And yes, the slow growth made it a longer time for that recovery. And Trump administration did bring us to the best levels we had ever seen, but that we had seen in 50 years. But it's the Biden administration that has been ruining that for us, that has been destroying that for us. A lot of people may not have noticed. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to do this live with you guys. So let's go live, and all I'm going to type in is unemployment. I want you to see this. So, oops, I don't want the AI. No, let's actually go unemployment rate. So let's look at the news and what the news is saying about that. So we have U.S. All I typed in, and let me make sure you can see it. You can see I typed in unemployment rate. That's the only thing. Matter of fact, I'll refresh it just to make sure that you can see unemployment rate. Only thing that I typed in. And when you go down and you look at the stories that we are seeing, what's the first thing you see? U.S. economy added 272,000 jobs. That's not what I asked for. CNBC, U.S. adds much better than expected, 272,000 jobs. Yeah, but the unemployment rate's up. Wall Street Journal, hiring and wages are up, but so is unemployment. Yahoo Finance, U.S. economy adds more jobs than expected in May. Yes, but the unemployment rate is up. U.S. job growth from Fox Business. U.S. job growth jumps by 272,000 in May. Unemployment is the news. See, that's the thing. And in each and every one of these stories, what you will find is the unemployment rate is at 4%. Matter of fact, let's go to CNBC. The unemployment rate rose to 4%, the first time it has breached that level since January of 2022. Well, according to the chart, actually, it's been under that since before 2022. So I'm not sure how they're counting, but whatever. Let's go with their numbers. Since before 2022, I love that. Level since January 2022, completely negating what we saw under the Trump administration. In fact, they are wrong, but that's fine. That's fine. They want to give all the credit that they can to Joe Biden, and they're trying to minimize the negative. That's why they're running with the story, oh, see, jobs are up. We've had more jobs. It doesn't matter. There's less people with jobs. In fact, if we look at the actual data, what we will find is more people are working part-time than full-time. That's it. The growth was all in the part-time jobs. There are less Americans working, and that's the most important part. Fewer people are working. Unemployment is rising. The economy is in a recession. Whether they want to officially mention it or not, that is the reality, and Bidenomics is not helping us. That's why we see the mortgage rates are up more than double. Why we are hearing and understanding that even as Europe is trying to cut rates, the United States hasn't, and rates have doubled under the Biden administration. That's Bidenomics. Now, part of the reason for this increase that we're seeing is an old story that we once talked about with you, and that is the $15 minimum wage, which is no longer the $15 minimum wage. In fact, we were talking about that 4 years ago. That was July 19th of 2019 when we first mentioned this argument, and we've been talking about it since actually 2017, that the minimum wage is a lie. This is not going to help you. Now, Obama liked the idea. Democrats and progressive have been spouting this idea for people over and over again. And we hear it again under the Biden administration. In fact, we heard this in California most recently. I believe it was, that was Democrat Barbara Lee, who is running for the state Senate to replace Dianne Feinstein. She said, let's make it $50. 15 isn't enough. No. They went from, in the space of 4 years, Democrats went from saying we need a $15 minimum wage to a $50 minimum wage. $50. They're not thinking straight. Now, let me be very clear about this. We have said from the beginning, the minimum wage, $15 minimum wage, a $25 living wage, a $50 minimum or living wage is a sales gimmick. It hurts people. Every time this has been studied by the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, which is the United States government, it is neutral. Every time they have looked at this, they come back with the same answer. This is going to hurt poor people. It is going to make more people poor. It is going to make more people unemployed. It is going to hurt the economy. Every single time this comes up, every single time that they look at this, that has been the result. And when we look at cities like New York City, when we look in Colorado, when we look in Oregon, where they have tried this experiment, Washington State, where we have seen them try this experiment of $15 an hour for the minimum wage, we have seen more unemployment, more people who are poor, less people able to get government aid. It has hurt the economy, and it has been inflationary every single time. And what has happened, lo and behold, in this case, this time, we see in California, whoops, come on, close out. 1 second. Waiting for my computer to catch up with me. There we go. What? There we go. What do we see this time? California fast food restaurants cut 10,000 jobs because of a $20 minimum wage. Remember, it's in California that Barbara Lee is looking to become senator. And her catch, her hook, her sales pitch is that there should be a $50 minimum wage. Imagine if California actually listened to her. Imagine how bad off the people would be. It's not just that we're looking at McDonald's, $20 meals over at McDonald's, a Big Mac. It's insane. But we're talking about people losing their jobs. just as every single person has predicted, just as we have been telling you since before 2019. You raise up the minimum wage because Democrats want a higher number, because that will get them elected to offices, because that will get them reelected. That's the only reason why these politicians are offering this, is so that they can get power. And they're selling you cheap. And they know the net result will be the same thing that's happening with Gavin Newsom, what's happening with California right now. You will lose your job. And everything will be more expensive. It will turn fast food into a luxury. And that's exactly what people are saying right now. That fast food is now a luxury. It's no longer just something everyone gets because you can, just because it's quick and it's easy, and it was supposed to be inexpensive and cheap. That's what made McDonald's the company that it is. The food was cheap, quick, and easy. That's how they became an international chain and dominate the fast food industry. They can't do that anymore. Now we're looking at companies, not just McDonald's, but Burger King, In-N-Out Burger, companies that you probably haven't heard of, are all falling by the wayside. Chipotle, Starbucks, they're all having to cut their jobs and their employees. Rubino's California Grill, which is known for its fish tacos, closed 48 out of 134 store locations. That's almost 1/3. They're closing it. Why? $20 minimum wage. Because every time you artificially have the government set a price that's nowhere near where businesses are, and you pretend and you just promise people the economy is great, you just don't understand. What happens? People lose their jobs. Prices go up and people suffer. They become more poor. More people lose their jobs. Now, this is a net result because there's only 3% of America that actually gets minimum wage. Let's start there. Only 3% of the working population, 161 million people, are working in the United States at this time. Only 3% of them. On the high side, that's the high-end estimate, only 3% of them actually get minimum wage. We're talking about roughly 3 million people, 3 to 4 million people. That's it. Most of those people, 60% of those, are kids under the age of 18. That's their first job. The next biggest group, people who are retired, over 60 years of age and retired. They work at these fast food jobs and they get minimum wage. So either you're older or you're young. It's your first job or your last job that are getting minimum wage. Everyone else makes more than minimum wage. So you're really not getting anything. They sell it to you like this is going to help you in your job. No, it's not. It's not going to raise your rate. You're not getting a pay raise. Only the low-end minimum wage worker, the fry guy at McDonald's, they're going to get a raise. You're not. That's it. And is it really worth it? At the end of the day, is it really worth it when that means that you're going to get fired, that you're going to lose your job like thousands upon thousands of other people? Because this is a lie. This is a gimmick. This is how we see politicians get elected. That's the only reason why they're pushing this. Progressives love it because people rally around going, oh, it's free money. I'm going to have extra money. No, you're not. You never will, because the prices are going to go up. How much is a Big Mac in California right now? How much is fast food in California right now? People, so expensive, people can't afford it. They're getting $20 an hour, and they can't afford it because the prices jumped up to match the new base, that new minimum wage. All the prices had to increase to cover that. Because someone's got to pay for that free money that suddenly showed up. You got the money in your paycheck. Where did that money come from? It comes from the customer. That's right. So like everything else that we get promised from the Democrats, there is always a cost. There is no free lunch. You're not going to get rich just because of the minimum wage. And God forbid that it goes up to $50 an hour, like Barbara Lee has suggested, because you're looking at, what, 3 times as bad a situation as we are right now. You're talking about 30, maybe 50,000 people losing their job. If she had her wish, if she could do what she has promised, and she's counting on the fact that people are not going to pay attention to the details. They're going to blame it on Republicans. They're going to blame it on the weather. They're going to blame it on Russia. They'll blame it on everything and anything. They'll definitely blame it on Donald Trump. Somehow, it's always someone else's fault. It's always someone else's problem. It has nothing to do with the fact that the Democrats knew full well this was never going to help, that this is never going to raise you out of poverty. In fact, it's going to put you deeper into poverty. It's going to make more people poor. It's not going to help anyone. And they're doing that all so that they can help protect Joe Biden. That's why they don't want to talk about the unemployment rate being at 4%. That's the news. It's not the jobs for 1 month. 1 month numbers, they go up, they go down. The only time that the news media, that CNBC, is going to lead with 2,700 jobs, the only time they're going to lead with that is when they're trying to make you forget about this. When they're trying to make you forget that the unemployment rate is up, that less people are working. Oh, it's much better than expected. Is 4% more better than expected? No. The answer is no, it's not. People are doing worse today than they did 4 years ago. That is a fact. You're worse off. There's a meme that's out there these days, and it's kind of funny. And the meme goes, the only people that are doing better today than they were 4 years ago, illegal aliens. That's it. If you're an American citizen, you're not doing better. Bidenomics has completely failed you. But they want to hide this truth from you. They don't want you to think about this truth. Because if you thought about this truth, you might not vote for Joe Biden because he lied to your face. Because he told you it was going to be better, and it's not. That he told you his policies were great and you were going to love them, and you don't. And same thing for Gavin Newsom and all the Democrats in California, Democrats in New York and in Chicago, Illinois. We see the same thing. They have to hide this truth because they might not win the election if you understood their policies don't work. They always fail because they always are based on a lie. It's one thing to say, hey, we're going to increase the minimum wage. But by the way, people who aren't minimum wage workers, they're going to lose their jobs. People are going to lose jobs. But the minimum wage workers, that 3% of all workers in America, the young kids with their first job, they're going to get paid more money. But it's going to cost us, grown adults, it's going to cost them jobs. It's going to put people into poverty, not the teenagers, grown adults. They're going to go into poverty. They're going to be poor. Are you willing to make that trade? Is that worth it to you? And the answer invariably is no. It isn't worth it. And they know that. And they know that if they were honest with the American people, if they told you the headline started off with 4%, and I guarantee you, any Republican, go back and look at it for yourself. Every time the unemployment rate went up under any Republican, it was headline. That was the news. It didn't matter how many jobs were created. It doesn't matter how many people were hired. It doesn't matter anything else that was going on. It's the unemployment rate went up. They're bad at the economy. Those Republicans don't know what they're doing. That's what you heard every time. But with the unemployment rate going up under Joe Biden, oh, no, we don't want to talk about that. That's side news. That's not important. That's not the focus that you should be paying attention to. Pay attention to this other temporary, not important issue. The number of jobs that how many people got hired in May. That number changes they're going to correct that number by the end of the month. That number is going to change. It's not real. They always readjust that. The unemployment rate, though, that's not going to be readjusted. They're not going to change that because you got screwed. And you're getting screwed by Bidenomics. But Joe Biden's going to take a bow and say he's doing a great job. Aren't you proud of him? And if you think I'm kidding, all you have to do is go to the White House Twitter page and you will find that. Do I have it here? No. I'll get to it. But that's all you have to do. Go to the Biden White House page and you'll see. They're so proud and excited of themselves. They think they're doing such a wonderful job that they're really, really impressive. And you should be so, so excited. And let me show you. Now, we were talking about this, as a matter of fact. We had a short video on it. Because it doesn't take long to say, the media is lying to you. We put this out Thursday night. They're lying to you. They're leaving out the important part. The headline, the whole story on Thursday. All they could talk about was jobs, jobs, jobs. The jobs are up. Except the jobs aren't up because unemployment's up. So there's less people with jobs. I know. I'm saying it over, and it sounds like, well, Mike, that's a broken record. If CNBC doesn't want to say it, if ABC, if the mainstream news media don't want to tell you the truth, if they want to hide the truth, to bury the truth from you so that you don't notice it because they're afraid of the consequences, then I have to say it because that is the reason. They are fortifying the 2024 election. They are protecting Democrats everywhere around America as much as they can. They don't want to talk about the actual important part. They want to hide that from you. They want you to, oh, that's not important. The unemployment rate, who needs to know that? That's secondary. Yeah, it's at 4%. Who cares? Do you remember where it was before? Yes, it was 3.9. And before that, it was even lower. And it's been creeping up slowly but steadily because Bidenomics doesn't work. I know, but you keep hearing from Biden, oh, it's great. You just don't understand. You're paying more for your groceries, but you just don't understand. Your bills are higher, but you don't understand. Your electricity is far more expensive, but you just don't understand. It's all great. You just don't get it. Well, maybe, just maybe, you do get it. Maybe you do understand when you're paying more out of your pocket every month for the same bill that you had last month, that you had for the last 4 years, and it's higher today, and you can't point to anything that's better. You're not getting more service. You're not getting bigger food portions. The size of the food portions shrank too. So you're not getting more food. You're not getting the food faster. You're not getting the food better. Your bills, your internet's not better. Your electricity's not better. In fact, that's getting harder to get. If you're in California, you're suffering brownouts on a regular basis. They're even restricting you from being able to charge up your electric vehicle like they did last year. So you're not getting anything better. You're just paying more. And Joe Biden says, well, that's Build Back Better. It's all great. It's doing fantastic. You just don't understand. Well, no, I think they don't understand. Hal mentions the article is 100% correct. We have just broke our streak of being below 4% dating back to 2022, the longest streak since the Vietnam War. Absolutely. And you know how they always like to say these things, but again, when you put this out here, it didn't get a whole lot of attention. Why? Because, oh, but Mike, you're not MSNBC. How could you know? I looked at the data. But Mike, you're not the mainstream news media. The mainstream news media is the one who's trying to hide the truth from you. They're not leading with the truth. They're burying the truth. They have a vested goal. They want to promote Democrats. They want to protect the election. They're fortifying the election, telling you just enough so that you vote Democrat without thinking about what is that going to do to your pocket, to your life, to your safety. You're not supposed to think about the consequences. You're just supposed to say yes. And they don't care what they have to hide, what they have to obfuscate, what they have to smoke and mirror. They don't care as long as they get what they want. And what they want is your vote. It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting. And thank you for the comment, Hal. Now, it's amazing to me to see these things because they're trying to make this seem like everything is doing so fantastic and Joe Biden is such a great guy. In fact, there's this channel, Biden Wins. I love this guy, whoever this is, because they're always wrong. They always like to say things like this. This is from June 5th. Oh, the Trump campaign is imploding. Remember, this is because of the conviction for President Trump. The Trump campaign is imploding as Biden is surging in the polls. The media can only ignore the Joe-mentum. Joe-mentum. Love that. Trying to find a hashtag term. They're looking for a catchy slogan, a catchy phrase. You can only ignore the Joe-mentum for so long. The momentum. Which on the same day, Joe Biden is losing. He's losing every single battleground. Joe Biden leads in multiple battlegrounds. Really? Because according to Real Clear Politics, Joe Biden is losing every single battleground state. And he's losing the race. The popular vote, 47 to 44. Joe Biden is losing. Now, you may say, but Mike, that's older information. That was June 5th. What about what's going on right now? Right now, I'm going to update this for you. So we're live, and I'm updating it for you. And the current absolute. So in the in the two-way election, looking at just Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, 45 to 44, Trump is winning. And they're going to tell you, Yahoo News came out with a poll and Biden's up by 2. Or Reuters has Biden up by 2. Isn't that fantastic? Biden is winning. No, but you're leaving out everything else. Because those weren't the only polls. See, this is why I look at Real Clear Politics. Because it's not any one poll. It is all the polls. All the major polls that you hear all the news media quote, yeah, they look at all of them and put them all together and they get the average of all of them. Not any one of them, but all of them put together. And the answer is Trump is winning still. In fact, if you look at the chart, while it has gotten closer, well, it did get closer, Trump has never stopped leading for quite some time. It got closer. That happens from time to time. But Donald Trump is still winning, even with 34 felony convictions. So it's like when I was talking to Matthew J. The public recognized and saw the political, the political farce that was committed, even though there may be a mistrial. And I'm going to get to that. But the public knows this. And even if you look at the five-way, now this does not include the Libertarian Party, which would be Chase Oliver. They picked Chase Oliver as their candidate. And I've met Chase Oliver before. I spoke to him when I was covering the free and equal debate in February of 2024. And so I got to speak with him. I got to meet him. Decent guy. Decent as a human being. I don't agree with his politics. But, I did get to speak to Chase Oliver. But he's not in the polls. He's not ranking in any poll anywhere at this moment. And when you look at who is in the polls, which would be RFK Jr., Jill Stein, and Cornel West. Cornel West, I don't even know how he's in there. He's an independent. Jill Stein is with the Green Party. In other words, communist. She's with the communists. And so your real race are the three: Trump, Biden, Kennedy. Trump's at 42. Biden's at 40. Kennedy is at 8. And Kennedy has been dropping hard since he picked up Nicole Shanahan, who is a big money donor connected to Google. Since he got her on his team, which has funded him in the election, and that's why he's going to have enough money to get to November. But he has taken massive hits, and he is falling apart, his campaign, quite literally. And he did get a little bit of a boost when Trump was convicted, as did, again, Joe Biden. And immediately after that, well, went back to normal. And again, Trump is winning consistently, as you can see here. You can just see it for yourself. And this is, again, coming from real clear politics. Now, if you see right here on the left, 40% of the country thinks that, well, we're on the wrong track. They disapprove of the job performance by Joe Biden. And more importantly, in the key battle states, Trump wins every single one of the states. Still, after being convicted, with all the complaints, and with Democrats screaming up and down, jumping for joy, saying, Trump is guilty, like they've always wanted to see as a headline. Trump is guilty, he got convicted in court. And the public says they'd rather have a convicted felon Trump than Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. That's what we keep seeing. And that is consistent going back month after month after month. We're talking about more than a year. That's what people keep saying. They'd rather have Trump, even if he's a convicted felon, than they would want to have Joe Biden. That's how bad Joe Biden is. And again, the reason for that is Joe Biden's policies don't create jobs, they kill jobs. Joe Biden's policies create poverty. And no matter how much they promise you it's going to be better, that never happens. Now, if there is anyone who's on the left that would like to dispute that with me, I'd be happy to go over that with you. If there is any politician in America who would like to debate that, I will give you as much time as you need to try and convince me and the audience that I am wrong. Let's pull out your facts. Let's look at the data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, as I do every month. Let's look at the charts. Let's look at the St. Louis Fed, the Federal Reserve. Let's look at their numbers, and let's make sure, because 19% inflation, because doubling of the mortgage rates, because double the inflation rate, the interest rate, and people losing their jobs left and right because of the minimum wage. You know what? I'm not wrong. I can prove my case. But the Democrats, all they can tell you is they feel like they will be right. They feel that if you give them enough money, and if you give them enough power, and you wait enough time, they will eventually be right. But that eventuality can take more than half a century, because the same things they're promising today, they were promising 50 years ago. And they're still wrong. They were wrong 50 years ago. They were wrong 20 years ago. They're wrong today. But they're going to still make the promise, and the promise sounds wonderful. But the promise is only to get them in office, to give them power. That's all they care about. That's the only thing that matters to them, apparently. Again, I will give any politician as much time as they need. I'll give them as much time as they need. But I'll tell you what you're going to see is, you'll see this tweet, and they will push this across all of the platforms. You will see this in every single platform. The left will retweet this. They will push this out to their friends. And look at that, 300,000 people viewed it. 10,000 of them liked it. These are low information voters who have absolutely no idea, or they hate Trump. They just hate Orange Man bad. And the truth is right in front of their face. 3 people got to see it. Oh, they don't want... Here's the proof. I'm only showing them the proof that completely invalidates the lie. That proves that there is no Joe-mentum. It doesn't exist. This is a lie, but the lie is being pushed hard to try and convince you of something that isn't true. That was never true. And who do you think is getting the benefit? Is this helping poor people or is this helping Democrats? Which one do you think is getting the big boost here? Who do you think wins at the end of the day? The liar or the truth? I'm just saying. I'm just showing you the evidence. And we can only infer from that what we see happening. And it's not just about the economy. It's not just the number of jobs. It's not just the mortgage rates. It's not just the interest rates. It's not just the amount of inflation. It's also about immigration. Because now we see New York State, which has an open border policy, and New York City, which has another sanctuary open border policy. Both of these are violations of the law. Literally, being a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state is breaking the law. It is a crime. That's a fact. No two ways about it. New York State and New York City are breaking the law because they have open borders. And they've been inviting in 175,000 illegal aliens. 175,000. Only 20,000 of them came from Texas. Everyone else just walked into New York State. And similar numbers also in Illinois and also in California, in Massachusetts, going into Boston. We see these numbers in all of the Democratic strongholds. Absolutely the same thing. Crimes with migrants are up. We are seeing a problem from these open borders. We're seeing the cities get bankrupted. Each one of these major cities, these Democrat and progressive strongholds, have all defunded, effectively disbanded parts of their police. They got rid of a lot of their police, and they're not getting them back. The police aren't coming back for the abuse. They're not making enough money for this, and the money was already taken away from them. Crime is up. Is it being reported as much? No. But when it does get reported, it is higher. Why? Because it takes longer for police officers to get to the next event. I just talked about that this week. This week I had a live stream because a young woman was knocked out. I was able to see this young woman was assaulted in the middle of the public on a street, knocked out. She's like 5'1", 110 pounds. She got knocked out by a 6 foot, 170 pound man. Well, he wasn't quite 6 foot, but close enough. And knocked her out, punched her. She dropped like a sack of potatoes. Her friend was screaming over her body. He thought she was dead. And it took the police over half an hour to go and try and see what happened. The good news is that the one guy, he picked this girl up. He got her to wake up, probably with a concussion. She looked dazed. I'm very sure she was concussed. Put her in a car and drove, I believe, to a hospital to try and get her medical aid because he also had been assaulted and he was bleeding because he got hit in the head with a rock and was bleeding. But he got her up because he actually had some respect for women and picked her up and got her to a hospital, best as I can tell. And the police showed up. It took them over 30 minutes to get onto the scene. They asked no witness questions. They asked no one because they had to get to the next scene. Everyone was gone, so they didn't even bother to ask about did anyone witness a crime. They went on to the next crime scene because they didn't have the time. It took them 30 minutes because they had to get from the one crime scene they were on to the next one because there weren't extra police officers. They didn't have enough to cover what was going on. And the left will tell you that's progress. That's a good thing. And so when we see illegal aliens doing the same thing, and they are committing such enough crimes and heinous enough crimes that now, even in New York City, they're going to consider closing the border, following the law. Mind you, they're only going to talk about it. It's not something that they're guaranteed to do, but they're going to consider that maybe they shouldn't be a sanctuary city. Maybe they should follow the law, because maybe that could help constituents, the people of New York, the citizens, to be able to have a safer life. That maybe by being part of society, following the laws of society, that might be a benefit. You can't make this stuff up, folks. You can't make this up. And this is what Joe Biden telling us, that he's tough on migrants. Joe Biden, he got tough. He's going to close the border. How do you close the border if New York is an open border? They're a sanctuary city, a sanctuary state. You can't close the border if you have border. California has several sanctuary cities and is a sanctuary state. You can't close the border if they're wide open. There's your first problem, Joe Biden. So you're lying to us. You didn't close the border. And in fact, he's not even trying to. Joe Biden, Mr. Tough Guy on the border, which isn't a crisis, by the way. Don't call it a crisis. It's only been a problem since the day that he got into office. We saw a surge of illegal aliens in February 2021 as a reaction to him being sworn in. And Kamala Harris in March of 2021 was made the border security, southern border czar. That was her job, her only job, her number one job. And it still is her job on the books. She's still supposed to be reducing the number of illegal aliens entering into America. That is called a fail. That is an epic fail. She has never succeeded in this. She has only failed at this job, and she's only done it. She only went to one meeting, and she's been to the border one time. That's it. So no wonder she's failing. And Joe Biden, for his part, well, he just gave, this is coming from the Telegraph, again, going overseas for the news, 350,000 illegal aliens were just ignored. They came into America. They haven't been interviewed. They haven't been properly vetted, but they didn't commit a crime. So Joe Biden just said, forget them. Don't even think about it. They're in America. Oh, well. In other words, they got a free pass. They got a free pass. Whether they actually committed another crime besides entering America illegally or not, they're in. So does anyone believe that when you have California as a sanctuary state, when you have New York as a sanctuary state, you have Illinois as a sanctuary state, each and every one of them are borders? And Joe Biden saying, I'm closing down the border. I'm slowing down the border. He's not closing the border. Joe Biden is not closing the border. He's slowing down the number of people that are entering America. In the meantime, you've got Illinois, you've got New York and California. 3 of the 4 cardinal points, north, east, and west, are wide open. And illegal aliens are coming in. And they're coming in huge numbers, 175,000, huge numbers. And they're not slowing down. And they're bankrupting cities. And they're endangering the public. But Joe Biden, he's on that job. It's just like the economy. You know what? He added a whole bunch of jobs, but unemployment's up. Oh, don't pay attention to the details. Don't worry about that. Oh, yeah, we have illegal aliens coming in. They're a benefit. Illegal aliens are a bonus. They're a benefit to your economy. Then why is New York and LA and Chicago and Boston and Portland going bankrupt? If the illegal aliens are such a bonus, New York City got 175,000 illegal aliens. If they're such a benefit, why is New York losing $5 billion to take care of them? $5 billion in the hole because of 175,000 illegal aliens who are supposed to be a benefit. Who is benefiting? Who's making money? I know who's benefiting. Democrats. Because they're telling those illegal aliens, hey, if you happen to register and if you happen to vote, even though it's illegal, but if you did happen to vote, remember, we let you in the country. We're the ones who gave you a credit card so you can go get food. We're the ones who put you into a 3-star hotel and kicked out American families from the hotels so that the illegal aliens can live there instead. But Joe Biden, he's the hero. He's a hero because, he's closing the border. He's slowing down the border. Let me be clear about that. Joe Biden just said, okay, we're going to slow down. We're going to limit the number of illegal aliens entering America to 2,500. Joe, by the way, there's 8,000 illegal aliens entering America every day right now. And they have been since March of 2021. This is why you've been doing illegal midnight flights. Well, not illegal, but midnight flights of illegal aliens, of children that you were sending to Tennessee and you were sending to New York State and you've been sending over to Minnesota and to Wisconsin. He's been shipping these kids out in the middle of the night for years. But it's not a problem. It's not a crisis. It's not hurting American citizens. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. We want to be honest with you. Again, any Democrat that wants to dispute this with me, if there is an elected official anywhere in America that would like to dispute these facts with me and tell me how I am wrong, to tell me how the illegal aliens are a benefit to America and not a detraction, that they're not bankrupting New York and LA and Chicago and Boston. If you would like to try and prove that case, I am more than happy to give you as much time as you need to prove me wrong. Prove me wrong live in front of my entire audience and everyone in America. But you can't. Because the facts are international. Everyone in the world is watching this. Everyone in the world is reporting on this. Everyone in the world, including the United States government, has already told us that Joe Biden has failed, that Kamala Harris has failed, miserably failed. Just no two ways about it. But instead, they're going to try and fortify the 2024 election. So let me get to Trump. Let's talk about Donald Trump. Let's talk about the mistrial. Democrats were giddy because Donald Trump got convicted 34 times in a sham kangaroo court trial, which is pretty much accepted by everyone. It was kangaroo court. He was railroaded. And we knew he was going to get convicted. You can see, I was saying that, last year. You can go back in the live stream, look at some of the coverage I've had. I've been saying for well over a year, Donald Trump, absolutely, he's going to be arrested. He's going to be charged. He's going to be convicted of crime. Absolutely, it's going to happen. And we're going to see it happen again. It's not over. They will keep trying until they can get something to stick. And it doesn't matter what they need to do to make that stick, because they want that one little bump. They're looking for that one time, that little bump, and they're hoping that, just like with the Yahoo News, they're hoping that, we got a bump of 2. Everyone, there's this one poll that shows that Joe Biden is winning by 2 points, which isn't that much and not unusual. But that means that everyone in America has given up on Trump. It means that Joe Biden's going to win because Donald Trump is a convicted felon. No. Donald Trump raised $500 million. Let me say it again. $500 million in donations. And Donald Trump is up in all of the polls. He never stopped beating Joe Biden even after the conviction. Even after the day after the conviction, Donald Trump was still beating Biden in every battleground state and in total, whether it's the five-way or just head-to-head, Donald Trump has been beating Biden in every single example. That says a lot, I think. I think that says a huge amount. But what we do know about this case is that it may not be a conviction. Donald Trump may walk away scot-free. As I was mentioning with Matthew J., when he called into the program, he asked about, well, what about this? See, let me summarize this. It's real simple. On the New York courts page, their social media page, the day before the verdict against Donald Trump, the day before, an individual posted on their face on the New York courts page and said, oh, I am the cousin of a juror, and they told me Trump's going to be convicted. That means the fix was in. It means it was a kangaroo court. It means that this violated several terms, that the jurors were talking to outside individuals about the case, and that they had already made a decision, which means it was political, that this was fixed. There's no fairness. There's not even the attempt at fairness. That is a mistrial. Now, the good thing about a mistrial, I was talking about this on the Friday roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation. If it is a mistrial, that just means that Trump's going to be tried again. Democrats will go back and do it all over again. And I think most Democrats, most politicians are hoping to do it all over again. They get to call Trump guilty all over again. They get to say that he's going to be convicted again. They get to try and, again, get all of the news media push to try and help Biden by say Trump convict, Trump convict. That's what they're hoping for. And I think they want it to be a mistrial so they can do it over again, and they get a second shot at all of the news media, the memes and everything on social media to try and push that to maybe help Joe Biden get at least a temporary lead throughout the summer. I don't think that's what would be the result, but that's what they're thinking about. That they could stretch this out and maybe make it last till the early voting in September and October so that they could get that little extra push for Joe Biden. That's what I think they're thinking of. I don't think that's what's going to happen. Now, here's the things that we need to know. We've heard already from several news media outlets. They have called the individual who left that message on Facebook. We've heard them say that this is a troll, that this is someone who constantly goes onto Facebook and onto that New York court page and is in writing inciting comments. That doesn't mean that what he wrote wasn't true. Doesn't matter if he's an internet troll. Was he right? Did he tell the truth? That's the only thing that matters. Who cares what his internet history is? Did he tell the truth? Is that what happened? That's the only thing that matters. And of course, that's what the news media doesn't want to tell you. They don't want to address it. They want to try and discredit this individual as quickly as possible because they're afraid. Because it shows, if it is true, well, it just shows that this was a kangaroo court, that Democrats are willing to increase the amount of authoritarianism to get power, that Democrats are only in this for the power, that everyone who is on the right, everyone who is neutral in the center, everyone who's looked at this case and said it makes no sense, that this should never have been in court in the first place, it just proves them all right. So the news media, and look at this. Look at, this came out on Friday. So every major news media organization had the ability to tell the public this story as of Friday. In fact, the first one to even mention this was One America News. Trump conviction could be declared a mistrial after judge is alerted to post regarding possible juror breach of confidentiality. And remember, the judge is the one who told everyone. It wasn't from the defense. It wasn't the prosecution. It's the judge that told everyone else. So it's credible that the judge found this. And the judge, this news was available as of 4:05 p.m. Friday, June 7th. That means it was in time for ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, Huffington Post, name your left-leaning news source. They all could have reported this to the public to let you be informed, to tell you about news that was going to affect your life. And instead, Forbes 22 hours ago, Newsweek a day ago, Fox News 16 hours ago, CNN a day ago, The Telegraph 21 hours ago, National Review a day ago. Do you notice the consistent thing? They could have told you about this on Friday. They didn't. They could have had several news stories from Friday night going forward. They don't. They didn't want to talk about this. They tried to avoid this. But everyone from social media, on Twitter, on Facebook, in social media, the public was talking about this. The public already knew, and it was already going around. We had already seen this. Now, mind you, the actual article was deleted. So I find it interesting because, like with the BBC, Trump judge flags social posts claiming verdict knowledge. This is 2 days ago. And the BBC came out with this. So the BBC was talking about this before Forbes, before CNN, before all of the left-leaning news media. They knew this on Friday. They were actually telling you about this on Friday, which if the United Kingdom, which would have been learning about this in the middle of the night, the BBC would have found out about this news and would have had to report it in the middle of the night in the United Kingdom. They're 7 hours ahead. It would have been 11 o'clock at night the first time that they would have heard about this. 11 at night on a Friday. And they still reported about this before any of the American news media. Because in the United Kingdom, their election isn't about Joe Biden and Donald Trump. They're not vested. They're not trying to fortify the 2024 election for Joe Biden. So they could report this and they could tell the people of England all about this when the news media in the United States is trying to hide it from the rest of Americans. So they internationally told the world that, hey, this looks like it was a fix, that someone set Donald Trump up. And according to U.S. media, the post was made by a now deleted account. Someone deleted not the message, they deleted the entire account so that you and I can't see it. So that we have to rely on the U.S. news media as they tell us, well, it was a troll account. Really? I didn't see the account. I can't see the account. Was he trolling, or was he always correct? Was he telling the truth and you just didn't like it? Oh, we don't know anymore. They deleted the account. Why did they delete the account? If anything, if his post was fraudulent, if it was not correct, if it was not true, delete that post, but not the entire account. Why did they delete? While this is being investigated, or should be investigated, why delete the entire account, denying the public and the news media the ability to research and see what's going on? Delete it. Because Trump has not been sentenced yet, his defense team could move for the verdict to be set aside. But that would mean, now that would be a mistrial, and Trump would have to go through the process again. They would have to redo the trial. They could also call for a new trial if they can prove that the jury misconduct affected the former president's rights. Well, that would be a mistrial. Now, what they're saying is set aside that, oh, we can ask for this to not exist. That as if Trump would no longer be guilty, it would not exist. It's as if the trial never happened. But again, that means that New York courts could try again. Alvin Bragg could bring back the same exact charges and the same exact evidence and try it all over again. Letitia James, the AG for New York, could try it all over again. And I think the left would actually want to do that. Again, it helps them to try and drag Trump through the mud one more time, hoping for the same outcome. And if they didn't get the same outcome because the second time around, everyone's paying attention, so they couldn't influence people in the same way, they could say, well, now it's set up, that there was a fix after the fact, not before the fact, that led to what seems to be a kangaroo court. That's the news on this. It's very interesting. Again, all of the news media could have told you about this. They had the time. If the Brits could do it in the middle of the night, CNN could have done it at any time in the day. 4 o'clock, they could have hit the 5 o'clock news, the 6 o'clock news, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They had 7 hours that they could have told the American people about this, and they decided, nah, let's wait. Let's not talk about that right now. That's not so important. I think this is... Agent Black. Hey, Agent Black. Good to see you. That's Agent Black is from the UK, so I'm talking about the UK, and there he is. Good to see you with us, and thank you for being part of the audience today. I find this very interesting because everyone in the world is looking at this, and they're looking for the same thing, like I was talking with Matthew J. They're looking to see, is America becoming just like any other country? Are we becoming more authoritarian? Are we losing our freedom as individuals? Is corruption taking over the American government like we see in every other government across the world? I'm not saying that there isn't corruption now. There is. There's corruption in every government ever created by man. Always has been, always will be. That's true. But the level of corruption that has existed in America has classically and consistently been less than the corruption we see in every other form of government in the history of mankind. I think that's a pretty fair statement to say. So the world looks at America because we are that shining beacon. We are the example of doing things a different way, of having more freedom and having more rights and having a more fair system. That's what we're known for. Not that it's perfect, but that it's better than what everyone else has, because no other country can boast the same levels of freedom, the same levels of choice, the same levels of non-corruption in their systems. They can't. They are horribly corrupt. And we know this. And the world knows this. So they're looking at America right now, and they're saying, okay, so if this is a kangaroo court, if we're seeing that politics has gotten to the point where they will obviously railroad a presidential candidate just because they don't like him, because they can't beat Donald Trump. Even with convictions, Donald Trump is still beating Joe Biden. People still would prefer Donald Trump over Joe Biden, even if Donald Trump is a convicted felon. We know that because of the donations he's received. We know that because of the polling that we have seen consistently. We see that in everything. We see it in the social media comments about how people looked at that trial and said it's not fair, that this was political. And poll after poll, this was recognized by 60, I know the YouGov poll that was done on this, and I covered that just a few days ago. The YouGov poll, 62% of people said, yeah, this is political. This has nothing to do with crime. This has to do with politics. people are looking to see what we're going to do next. And I think the thing that's most important is we have to not destroy the legal system. If we need an investigation, first and foremost, the judge needs to start or have put in place an investigation. Is this guy, there's three questions. Is the guy who made the post, did he make the post before the decision on Trump was made? So far, in all evidence, according to all the postings and according to the judge, the answer to that is yes. Second thing, is this guy a cousin of one of the jurors? That is a yes or a no. Doesn't matter what his account is. Doesn't matter if he likes or hates New York State or the United States government or anything else. Nothing else matters. Who cares about any of that? Is he actually the cousin of one of the jurors? Third thing, did he have access to the juror? Those are the three things that we need to know. Did he post in ahead of time? And that one we already know the answer to. The answer is yes. Is he related to one of the jurors? Did he have access to one of the jurors? Those are three things we need to know. And if either of the answers, well, if both answers are yes, that he had access to a juror ahead of time and or is related to them, then this is a mistrial. That is the fact. And that means Trump isn't convicted. He isn't a felon. And all of that goes away. And if the Democrats want to try it again, they get to try it again. And people will absolutely double down, triple down. If they go through the same process they went through last time, you will see an even more negative backlash, a massive backlash saying this is a setup. Democrats will lose. They'll do it anyway because progressives will be very happy. Because progressives, all they want to see is that headline that says Trump guilty. People with TDS, the people who go orange man bad, they just want to see the headline Trump guilty. And that's who the Democrats are playing to right now. They think that's their base. They have to motivate these people to show up because they're not interested in Joe Biden. They do not support Joe Biden. We have seen that for 3 years now in poll after poll after poll. Democrats don't want Biden. Democrats aren't excited by Biden or Kamala Harris. They don't think they're doing a good job. Everything that they have done is negative, has failed. The economy, safety, immigration, you name it, they failed it. Even Democrats admit this, the rank and file. Therefore, they have to try and find some way to motivate them. And the only thing they've got is a title on the headline that says Trump guilty. That's it. That's the only thing they've got. Trump guilty. That's the headline. That's the only success they can point to. That's the only motivating thing that they can give as red meat to the progressives of their party. And that's not enough. That's not going to win. In fact, it's going to drive away the independents. And it will confirm for everyone in America that we have a multi-tiered justice system. That the system is absolutely broken. And one of the biggest tiers, one of the most important tiers, is your political affiliation. If certain individuals in the government don't like your politics, you are screwed. Now, a lot of people will say, that's already the case. That's already the truth. Agent Black says, well, it would mean that there's a two-tier justice system. I would say there's a multi-tier justice system. If that's the case, there's a multi-tier because it's not just about politics, it's about money too. And some people would say, well, then there's also race involved there. Now, I'm less inclined to say the race thing, more inclined to say money, and I'm absolutely sure that there is a difference in politics. We've seen it with Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. We've seen it with Hillary Clinton. Now, you could say that's because of money. You could say that's because of race, because Hillary Clinton and Hunter Biden, they're white. You could say it because they're both millionaires. they're rich. But I think the real answer is it's because the politics. They're Democrats. They're well-connected Democrats. And so it's multi-tiered. Multi-tiered. It's not just because, well, they're white or they're rich. It's because they're Democrats and well-positioned Democrats, and they get away with things that no one else could possibly get away with. And I think the more the rest of the world sees that, it's what the rest of the world deals with on a daily basis. This is the norm for every other country. This is not unusual for any country except in the United States. Other countries are looking at America going, yeah, you have a multi-tiered system. Yeah, there's a bias. There's a built-in corruption in the system. Why are you Americans so surprised? Why are you Americans so anxious about this? What's the big deal? Because every other country has that. Every other country deals with that and have been for hundreds of years. Yeah, the rest of the world's corrupt. America's better. Or at least we're supposed to be better. Which is why we need to fix this. And I think the fix to this, as I said with Matthew J., is that the American people have to speak up. We have to insist on following the letter of the law. Now, if we actually did follow the letter of the law, DA Alvin Bragg would never have been able to bring this case against Trump in the first place. And Trump would never have been convicted. And Judge Merchan knows that. They would not have been able to convict Trump on these charges. They had to pervert the system. They had to break the system to be able to get that headline, Trump guilty, even once. So, and that makes us more like every other country. And you can't have your hero, the country that you aspire to, the beacon of hope and freedom, can't be just like everyone else. That's not, you don't inspire people that way. And America is an inspiration. I mean, just ask the leaders of Hong Kong. You know, they went to jail. They've disappeared. Many of them have disappeared forever. Several of them have just recently been convicted. 14 of them just got convicted, and they're going into a gulag in China, which means we may never see them. They're going to the same place that the Uyghurs went to. And you know how the Uyghurs are being treated in China, disappearing, dying off mysteriously. And those Hong Kong leaders were singing, literally for years, they were singing in the middle of the streets the American anthem, the Pledge of Allegiance, because they looked up to America. Would they still say those same things? Would they still sing our anthem? Would they still want to have the same kind of rights we have if they knew that our legal system is just as corrupt as the CCP in China? That the Communist Party has the same kind of justice system as here in the United States, that it's just as corrupt? No, they would not. No one would, which is why we have to make sure our system is better. I think that's important. I think that's very important. Wow, we've been on for 5 hours and 11 minutes. Let me handle something before we go. Let me wrap up a little bit. So, because I talked with Matthew J. beforehand, and I'm talking about it now, I think we've covered it a lot. And I think I've covered all the aspects. If there's an aspect of this I haven't covered, please let me know. I'll be happy to either answer it today or I'll do another video covering this as we learn more facts. But I think, ultimately, I do think that the fix was in, that regardless of whether it's a direct cousin or not, I do believe that the person who wrote this did have inside information, did know for a fact that Trump was going to be found guilty because of that inside information, that access to the jurors, and that Trump was railroaded. I do believe that. Now, you could say, Mike, but you're just blinded because you're a Republican. Maybe. You may say, well, Mike, you just don't understand because you're a Republican. Maybe. That could be true. But I still think that's the case. And I have no reason not to believe that. But let me move forward. Final thing I wanted to cover here is something that I thought that was really annoying. Chelsea Handler. Now, people may remember Chelsea Handler because back in March 31st of 2021, we were angry with her. Matter of fact, we had covered her back in, I think it was 2019, before this. But most recently, no, it was October of 2020, when she came out and decided and said, well, you can't vote Republican if you're black. That's what Chelsea Handler had to say. And Chelsea Handler said that she would reward black men with sex to change their vote, which I think both things tell you about the character and the quality of Chelsea Handler. She's supposed to be some kind of comedian. I don't think she's funny. She wasn't telling any jokes. She is despicable. And I had a lot to say about her back in October of 2020, and also when I did this video on March of 2021. But she's back in the news because this week, 50 Cent, a rapper, an entertainer, who I have no great love of and I have no respect for, they're entertainers. They do not impress me. And I'm not impressed by criminals who got shot 9 times while committing crimes. I'm not impressed by these individuals. Not at all. So I have very little respect for them. But 50 Cent went to the Capitol. He went to D.C. He met with a bunch of politicians. And he has been and continues to support Donald Trump, which, as a black man in entertainment, is a risky proposition. And because he did, there was a resurgence of Chelsea Handler's video telling Jimmy Fallon that black men can't be Republicans and that she would sell her body, she would use her body to manipulate black men's vote. I find her to be a disgusting individual. I find her thought process to be disgusting. She is repugnant. She has been repugnant since she first made the offer in October of 2020, as we have said, and we continue to hold that same opinion of Chelsea Handler. Let me say it again for people all over. If you truly believe that black men can't vote Republican, that they only are restricted and limited to voting Democrat because of the color of their skin, you have a problem, not the black men. Same thing for black women. If anyone of any color is voting for any political party, I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, whatever it may be, they have, as an American citizen, they have the right to choose anything they want for whatever reason. And I respect that. I may suggest and I may have preferences. I have my biases on it, but I would never tell someone they can't vote this way. I may say, I don't know why you're voting that way. I may be surprised by how you're voting or the reasoning behind why you're voting a certain way, but certainly it's not because of the color of your skin. That is stupid. We have a word for that. It's called racist. And Chelsea Handler is a racist. Just call her what she is. She is a racist. She's been a racist. She has never apologized to 50 Cent for her words. She has never apologized to black people in America for her words. She has never apologized once for holding those ideas and believing that she can control the way others vote, which is repugnant to American citizens. She is an insult at every level of the political aspect, of the social aspect. She's repugnant for those reasons. I don't know her personally, and I hope I never get the chance to know her personally. I don't want to know her. I think she's a repugnant individual for her views because they're based on skin color, because she thinks she can manipulate people just because of the color of their skin. That's repugnant. And I don't care if she's on the left. I care that that's what she thinks. And it's sad that so many people in 2020, in 2021, and even today find her to be heroic, that they think of her as having done something positive by diminishing an entire class of people based on their skin color and based on her ability to use her body, her sexuality, to cheapen their lives by saying that they can be bought on such a cheap level. It's insulting. It's absolutely insulting. If there's anyone on the left that wants to defend Chelsea Handler, please try. I'd love to see those comments because I can't see how you could possibly justify what she said. She's racist and she's insulting. She's repugnant. And anyone who thinks, well, no, there's more to it, Mike. No, there isn't. No, there really isn't. I've covered this several times. I advise people, you want to see my coverage, go to the March 31st, 2021 article. You can go back to my October 2020 coverage of the actual words, the things she said to Jimmy Fallon when she said it. I have the full quote. It's repugnant. America deserves better. And between what we're seeing with the mistrial and what we're seeing with Chelsea Handler, we are on the precipice of so many problems right now. When we're watching the news media fortify the 2024 election by trying to hide important facts like the fact that inflation is up, mortgage is up, mortgage rates are up, interest rates are up, unemployment is up, and they're trying to hide that from you so that they can win an election, that their guy can win. I tell you, that is a problem. We are in trouble. With all that said, I will again ask folks, please, if you found this to be entertaining, educational, informative, if you're using it to go to sleep or whatever your reason for watching this program, whether it's for 5 minutes or the entire 5 hours, I ask you only to do just like, share, subscribe. That's it. You want to leave a comment? I'm happy to see the comment. I'll be happy to respond to the comment if I can. If you can afford $1.50 a month, join my Patreon. If you're rich, you can afford $2 a month. Join my YouTube membership. There you go. $2 a month, you're rich. Go into YouTube and go ahead and get a membership there. Or you can go to my Patreon. It's $1.50. Tell YouTube to screw off. I'm happy with that too. That's if you can afford it. We're in a recession. But if you can't, just support. Like, share, subscribe. That's all I ask for. Subscribe. And by the way, remember, tomorrow, Monday the 10th at 7 a.m., my interview with Gonzalo Duran will be available. It will be released for the public. Right now it's only for members. It's been only for members since Thursday. You'll be able to see that interview with the Bronx Conservative Party Vice Chairman and hear why he is running for the New York 15th District for yourself. And please don't forget, I will be going in July. I will be at Freedom Fest. I will be covering that. That's only because of your support. You guys have made that possible, so I look forward to it. And as you can hear, my puppy is losing his mind, so let me go and take care of my puppy because he's 13 years old. Folks, I thank you. I want you to have a great weekend. I'll talk to you again very soon.